Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. At everlevelconcrete.com, Gary Woodland setting up a shot on the par 4 fifth hole. Woodland,
I thought that was Mr. P.
Winner of the Valero Texas Open 2 weeks
He's got
ago.
a giant P on his hat.
An incredible
Who do you
score
think he
from
is? Paul
Woodland.
Skeens?
By the big
About 120 yards out. It's a pitching wedge for Woodland as he lands it a little bit short of the green there.
Stop
Just
disseminating
below-
Yeah, you're
Masters.
disseminating. This is illegal. Highly illegal, especially at the Masters.
I was doing my
they might actually murder you for this.
Yeah.
I was
Matt.
doing my audition tape to be the next Jim Nance.
No way.
Yeah.
There's too much incriminating stuff of you on the radio for you to ever be the new Jim
What?
Nance.
I
That's
haven't
true.
said anything.
There's stuff.
It's also a shame we weren't actually off the air when you did that thing you did.
We actually
Yeah.
don't.
There's a camera
We actually
on you
don't
the whole
know
time.
if there's anything incriminating that I did because you tell Nick to mark things, but he marks them, but he's too busy, so he doesn't put anything incriminating stuff on the air.
I see.
See, this is all to you. If it were for you, I'd be disallowed from being the next Jim Nance. But because you didn't do all the marking stuff, I can't be the Jim Nance.
Have you ever considered maybe I'm just keeping it for blackmail for a later
I
date?
don't know what I've said that you can make me pay you not to put that.
Didn't
on
you
the
say Notre
air.
Dame was going to get shut out?
Whoa,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got that one.
I don't need another meeting.
Yeah.
I don't need another get together.
Oh, here's a topic. John, what is the worst take that you have ever had on the show that would result in a meeting to say you have embarrassed?
It
what was
wasn't
it? Was it the station
It-
or the show?
First off, it wasn't like a hey, we have to have a meeting because Matt had a bad take.
It was in the meeting that
It
the
was
take
in
was
the
brought up.
meeting that it was a 5-minute combo within the meeting that the take was brought up
Incredible, first of all.
because it was a bad take.
He
and it
said
was,
Notre Dame wouldn't score against Georgia. Notre Dame beat Georgia.
No, to be fair,
That's worth being called on the carpet for?
Up in the old days of this station, apparently it was.
to be
Really?
fair, I thought I did a good enough job of being like, I'm from Illinois. I hate Notre Dame. I have a passion against Notre Dame.
It
I
was
don't
wild
want
in
Notre Dame to win.
Your early days, people were so anti-Matt that they rooted for Notre Dame so you could be wrong.
Mm.
That is
Yeah.
like incredible.
That is incredible.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
That is
Well,
incredible.
look, I mean, there's a part of me. It's like being the new guy, you know. It's not like I came on and I was like the most smart and intellectual human out there, and I never will be. but
Definitely not.
I think there. Thanks, Josh.
It was nice
But-
that you did come on
but
though,
I-
because
but
the
I-
heat came off of me.
I think there was a time where it was very easy to take shots at the young guy. It was kind of thrown into the, there was a part of me that I'm glad that I was thrown into the lake and was told how to swim. That's kind of how it went. I don't think I really would have wanted it.
So you're happy that Notre Dame won that Georgia
No,
game.
but I mean, look, you're right. Like I learned a lot of very valuable, tough lessons in my first couple of months of being on the radio here at 1620 The Zone. And
Yeah.
while it sucked at the time, I'm very thankful that it happened. That's how I look at it.
All
Would
right.
I have liked for things at the time to have been a little different? Sure.
Of course.
But like,
Lessons are learned.
yeah, I mean, tough learning is the way to learn. And that's
You
how I
hate
was
to
learning.
make mistakes, but you have to make mistakes.
Yeah, and
Otherwise,
and by
there's
the way,
nothing to learn from.
I make mistakes every day. I just like to think I make way less mistakes now than I did 16 months ago. But yeah, that was definitely a moment.
So what was the question?
Your worst take basically where we would be in a meeting and then for 5 minutes we'd have to talk about how you again was it embarrassed the show or the station, Matt?
It embarrassed me, which embarrassed the show.
Wow, that's wild. All right, so what's a
Probably the time I guaranteed win over Purdue.
that was the first thing that came to my mind as well.
Mhm.
Frost last full season, John was like,
But you see,
they
it was
will
really
beat Purdue.
Frost's fault because he was so incompetent. They
Correct.
lost to a bad Purdue team.
Correct.
So you
Imagine
s-
if Mike
you
Thompson
sponge
was
on
like,
it.
buddy,
Buddy.
we got to talk about this prediction. So I don't think we had him around anymore. I don't think we had a boss in November of 2021.
I don't remember.
I don't think we did. We were kind of all on our lonesome for a little bit.
No, we had David. He was here.
Was he our boss at the
Yeah.
time? Okay. All right. So David,
What is yours? Because I actually think that people get way more upset when you're right about things than when
They
you're
really
wrong about
yeah,
things.
because I was famously correct about Frost pretty much the entire way. I don't know. What's the thing?
Well, it's anytime you predict that the snow is done.
Weather. People are always mad at me about the weather.
No, that doesn't count.
Okay, so that doesn't count.
Because that turned into a bit in a good segment. And that turns into something that now people actually tune in to hear at times.
No, they don't. Don't encourage him.
I mean,
Don't encourage
one of
him.
the first times I found out about Josh was through the weather.
Yeah.
I didn't listen to 1620 when I was working at KLIN. I'm sorry. We were in Lincoln. We were dealing with other competition that we had to listen to. I heard about Josh through your terrible weather predictions.
That's awesome.
And then I found out you're a Cowboys fan. I was like,
That's
oh,
less
that's
awesome.
interesting.
2019 Colorado, I was very bombastic that Nebraska was going to run them off the field.
Really?
Oh, I thought they were going to kill them. Like the first half when they were up 17-0, I was like, this is what I imagined and more.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
so confident that they were going to bludgeon them the whole offseason. I was very wrong about that. But I wasn't on an island. Everybody thought that they would win the game.
Yeah.
You know, I'm less bombastic about game predictions
Yeah.
compared to John. Like
You
mine
know-
more of a long-term season.
I've actually found myself
I got
as
one.
the longer it's gone on being on the radio that I make less game predictions. When I first got on here, I was so anxious to predict every game and say what I thought was going to happen. And
You
now
should
I'm
join our Fridays. We predict literally everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
right.
that's
It's
but
a whole
that's like
segment.
that's a
It is.
segment, right? Like that's more so like you guys are just you're doing that to do that. I would go out of my way and be like, look at my super smart analytic skills, and this is what's
Classic.
going to
It
happen.
didn't take long.
I found mine. I said that Nick Sirianni was going to suck.
Yeah,
I
Oh,
said
you
he was an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
half right, but I really thought he was going to be absolutely terrible.
I think
and instead he's like one of the most successful coaches in terms of winning percentage
Yeah.
through 5 seasons in the literal history of the National Football League. And yet there's a part of me that still thinks I'm right
yeah,
because a lot of
You're
people
not.
think he sucks.
you're not. But that's because we have rose tinted glasses for Howie Roseman. We think Howie
Roseman
Roseman
tinted glasses.
We
Nice.
have
That's a me joke.
Roseman tinted glasses.
Too
for
many
sure.
smart people that cover the NFL think he's a putz though. Not
But he's
Howie.
been to 2 Super Bowls.
I know, but there's
Yeah.
something about him
And
that's
he's
putz-like.
here's the crazy thing.
Eagles fans hate
he's-
his guts.
He's been to as many Super Bowls and has won as many Super Bowls as Sean McVay.
Wow. And yet,
And I would argue,
McVay is a genius.
and I would argue that they are both beneficiaries of having awesome GMs who give them all of the
Les
tools
Snead rules.
that they could possibly have in order to be successful.
And
I think Les Snead and I think Howie Roseman are incredibly comparable. I would even go as far as to say they're probably equal.
And I think we did the topic before. If you were to start a franchise today, who would your first pick be for coach? I think I would pick McVay.
You pick McVay,
I
probably.
pick McVay.
But yet, these are two men that have now the difference is obvious, right? McVay calls the plays.
McVay calls the plays. I
And
mean,
so that's the difference.
Whereas with Sirianni, there is definitely a
And-
what do you do here?
Well,
because
well-
he's a vibes guy and their vibes are terrible.
well, yeah, and it's really about managing the locker room, managing
doesn't
the
seem to do
egos,
that very
the
well.
culture, all of that. And
Well,
McVay has
there's-
never had a problem with
there's
that.
there's a give and take. Like, I think he obviously did a great job when he had Kelsey,
Yeah.
you know, there because Kelsey could be the mouse.
But even see, but Kelsey's
that one
last
year, yeah, that was bad.
hot take that I could be talked into. If they got rid of Jalen Hurts, the culture would actually be way better.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think
Is it- is it
I
a
think
cool
every
take?
every article you read right now is about them
I
not liking him.
know.
Every article you read is about
Did you read that
I
one?
don't understand why. I mean, what
I don't
There's
think
all
people.
about
I don't
him?
think people like him.
dude. There is. Are you telling me that it's not damning that they have that quarterback that won them a title 2 seasons ago, that had one of the greatest Super Bowl performances of all time, and they're like, we got to wait and see for your next contract.
He's
extension?
outplayed. He's outplayed Mahomes in 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
read the latest story on from
No.
McManus and stuff?
So basically, they're like
He doesn't-
he doesn't want it. He doesn't like the direction. He doesn't like the offensive coordinator. He doesn't like the direction Sirianni's taking the team.
He doesn't like certain plays. Like he doesn't want to go under center. He
He-
doesn't want to do play action. He doesn't want to turn his back to the field.
Apparently, an uncomfortable amount of times he changes the play call at the
Remember
line.
the dumb at the end of the Packer game on Monday night when they went for it on 4th down and they chucked it deep? Apparently that was him. It wasn't Sirianni.
Well-
they changed the play, and him and AJ changed the play in the huddle.
Patello Patullo
Kevin Patullo.
Patullo goes ahead and calls a play, and it's Sirianni's fault away because Patullo calls a play and Sirianni in the huddle looked at Jalen. Was like, "Do you really want to do that?" So
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, it's Sirianni at that point empowering him to change things.
And the
But-
final play against 49ers. Like
With
they,
same
yeah,
crap,
yeah.
same crap. They
that
went
was close.
say 4 verts. He called 4 verts.
Yeah.
They go, hey, that's the one I was referring to, not the Green Bay,
Not the
play,
Green Bay
the
game.
49er play. Thank
Yeah,
you
yeah.
for correcting me there. But yeah,
No, I didn't mean to. Yeah.
well, like that. I mean, that article, they literally go, yeah, they're in wait and see mode for his next contract extension with Jalen Hurts.
There's a part of me that thinks they're going to draft a quarterback in a couple weeks.
Cole Payton.
Oh, yeah. Think so?
I think I don't. It's not so much as he'll be the next quarterback of the Eagles, as much as it is they're just obsessed with measurables and athleticism and just dudes they can do different stuff with.
Dudes.
I think Howie Roseman will draft him. I actually think that we might have been sitting. Mike Schaefer might have interviewed a future Philadelphia Eagle on the show last week with Creighton Bluejays, the Jet Award winner.
Wow.
I think the Bears or the Eagles would definitely be great fits.
We've had the current Eagles offensive coordinator on our show before.
Who is the current Eagles?
Sean Mannion.
Okay.
That's right.
Friend of the Grum.
Friend of the Grum.
We had
the
him
one
on
who
when they-
convinced us that Mike Riley was going to be a great hire.
God, he really did.
A guy that I would love. It's blown out of proportion now, but David Blau.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna be head coach.
Yeah.
That guy's gonna be
I have no takes.
offensive coordinator now for the Washington Commanders. He's made his way up. Same thing with either him or Declan. He was my offensive coordinator. What was his name? Declan Doyle, I think.
Sure.
He's
That's a
the
fun name.
Ravens offensive coordinator. That Ravens coaching staff is hot.
Chance writes, I think Howie keeps hiring dumbass head coaches to see if he can win with them, and he did twice.
It
a
really,
good bit.
it
Yeah, but I don't
really
think Doug Peter. He wasn't a dumb head coach.
isn't it insane though that
I don't think so.
that Andy Reid is hands down way better of a coach than Doug Peterson and Nick Sirianni,
And he didn't win a Super
and he
Bowl.
didn't win a Super Bowl there, but yet
So
they
had
did
a
it with
lot
those
of, they had
two.
a lot of success.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I heard a conversation recently about Kyle Shanahan, and it was basically wondering if he's going to be like Andy Reid, where at a certain point, after all the success, they're just going to be like, it's time to move on, and then he goes somewhere else, and that's where he wins.
and not if
'Cause coaches don't win. The stat was like coaches don't win their first Super Bowl after their 6th season with their current.
Oh, what a stat!
It rarely happens.
What a stat!
I'm trying to remember the guys that it has happened with, but it is.
John
it was
Madden.
See,
Andy Reid. Andy Reid won it after
His
it was like year 6 or 7 with the Chiefs, and I think there maybe was one other guy, but everybody else they win before their 6th year. And so it's like
when did McCarthy become the head coach of the Packers?
2007, I think.
Okay, so
he
he was
won
right
it.
before.
Yeah, because he won it. In
That was the
2010.
only one I could think of off the top of my head. Or what? John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh. He might have been.
He might have been the other one, right?
He might have been the other
Because he
one.
came in 1 year. Was he one year before Tomlin or after Tomlin?
I thought he
Came
was
in-
after Tom.
I think it's 1 year after Tomlin, so it would have been what? 06? And then
06,
he didn't
07.
and then he didn't win it until 13,
12.
12?
Yeah.
So it might be right there.
Yeah, he might have
It
been.
might be right at 6.
Yeah, maybe that's what the stat was. It's like by
But
and
after year 6,
and there were 2 guys that maybe they did it in year 6. And
year
it was him
6.
and Andy.
he did it in his 5th year.
he did in his 5th year.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't think of anyone else off.
It just doesn't happen. You win it early or you
What
don't.
year did Vermeil do it with the Rams?
That was year
But that was
4.
that was the second.
That was the
team,
second
though.
team.
That was the
second team? Exactly.
because he was with the Eagles.
Mhm.
John Madden didn't win his first until year. Let's see, what was he,
I was going
69?
to say.
So I think
what,
it was year 7.
I know this is the wrong answer. I'm just curious. What year was Gruden's title with the Buccaneers? But that was the second team.
That was the second team.
But
But
that
the
was-
first year.
But no, I'm saying overall year as a coach.
Maybe what,
4
5?
or 5, yeah.
There's another Gruden story that came out today that I have to read from the
Year
Athletic.
8 for Madden, by the way.
Did you read the Gruden story that came out in the
No,
Athletic today?
I saw it. Was it any? Well, and you
I
haven't.
haven't.
read
I
it?
haven't able because I was on the air. That's a story. His lawsuit with the
Inside
NFL.
John Gruden's disastrous second run with the Raiders. Oh, Zach Kiefer, friend of the Grum.
Oh,
He used to cover the Butler
writer.
Bulldogs.
Yes.
during
Yeah.
the Brad Stevens era.
Yeah, when Creighton joined the league, when I was doing shoot around,
Yeah.
I would have writers and media members on all the time, and I got connected with Zach.
And it's really
I had somebody reach out to me who was a Colts fan who's like, "Why are you and Zach Kiefer tweeting with each other?" And I was
No.
like, "Oh, a few years ago, we used to
I
talk."
don't think there's a better organization that is better at sweeping pretty big lawsuits or stories under the rug than the NFL.
Yeah.
I think they are undefeated.
Mm.
Oh, absolutely.
They are insane.
I mean,
at it.
they've swept CTE under the rug.
well, yeah, they just.
I mean,
just had
Steve
another.
McMichael,
I know. I was about to
a
say
Hall of
Mongo.
Famer. If that story breaks 6-7 years ago, we're still talking about it today.
I know. But yeah,
And
it just-
instead, it was a blurb. It was just like, oh, by the way,
it came-
Mongo had CTE.
it came-
and in another news,
Yeah, it came up on the ticker on ESPN. That was
Right.
it.
that's it.
I didn't hear what. I don't know what Chicago Sport Radio had to say about all of that. They were
What the
Mongo
score
was
had to say your favorite station?
no 1,000 because Mongo would go on 1,000.
Oh, really?
Mongo was a massive. Yeah, Mongo was. It's very interesting to see like the players who are in media here in Nebraska
You're
in
good.
terms of like the former players
Got
who
it,
are like
John.
media members because it's happening less and less in Chicago. Like there are less and less former players who are media members or a part of the media or like who have post-game shows or pre-game shows or anything like that. They're kind of being, I'm not saying they're not being pushed. I'm not trying to say they're being pushed out, but they're really not being all that hired all that often.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think there was one network who really tried to do it, and it just kind of faded away. You know, they do it a lot for hockey though. Like all if you're a former Blackhawk, you will be on the Blackhawk post game show.
Yeah.
Like if you played more than 4 seasons for the Blackhawks, you will appear on the Blackhawk post game.
If you played hockey and you can talk a little bit.
Yeah,
If
I
you
mean
still have some of your teeth.
The Blackhawks have honestly they might have some of. Oh, this is a great question. What organizations across sports end up having the most
Cowboys.
color analysts?
I mean,
Or
in
panel.
the NFL, it's Cowboys.
I think in hockey it might be the Blackhawks. You had Roenick, who's no longer around, but like you had Roenick, who was a big deal. You had Eddie Olczyk, who's a big deal. Patrick Sharp came through the Blackhawks. He was a big deal. Chelios has done a lot of
Eric
post-game.
Chelios?
Chris Chelios.
Chris Chelios.
A Hall of Famer on your favorite team, the Detroit Red Wings.
Go Red Wings. God, I love the Red Wings.
Had a lot of Blackhawks who have ended up going in media.
Is that true?
Is it Cowboys who went? Is it Cowboys? You think?
There's
of
quite a few.
Romo?
Of the big 4, they have 2 of the A analysts. They have
What,
Troy
Ro-
and Romo.
Troy and Romo. Can't
Yeah.
forget about the 1 year of winning.
Yeah.
And then you got obviously Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy
And then I mean
Johnson,
Jerry
yeah.
at this point might as well be a panelist.
That sounds terrible.
Jimmy
I
Johnson.
mean he
started in
talks so
NASCAR,
much to
too.
the media.
Well,
he might
I
as
know
well
he
be
does.
a pundit.
Hmm.
He's a pundit on his own team.
I don't like
He
it.
goes, I don't think we're making the right decision.
Let's talk to Cowboys insider Jared Jones.
He goes on the radio station. He goes, well, I don't think that's a fair question on our franchise. My son's an idiot.
No, he's an idiot.
He does that don't far fall from the tree.
I just hope
That's
Steven
what I think
spends
about Jerry's
money.
kid. I mean, they're
I just
all.
hope Steven
Yep.
spends money. That's all I care about. I was listening to something and it was like, yeah, the Cowboys, they spend lots of money. And I was like,
Is that story?
you don't pay attention.
Is that story true that Jarrah wanted to draft Manziel and Steven had to be like, no, draft future Hall of Famer Zach Martin?
Yeah, thankfully. Thank you, Steven.
That is a great story.
Remember that night there was this Photoshop of Johnny Manziel drinking what looked like a beer, and people were trying to figure out if it was true. Because it was water, but they just changed the color of the liquid.
so-
And
Wow.
people are like, is he actually? And like the internet didn't know. Like,
What? You can't drink beer on your draft night?
and because he was in the green room, and it was like, that seems like something Johnny Manziel would do.
Yeah.
That was the same night as the bong incident with.
Okay, so I was
Laramie
gonna
Tunsil.
bring up the bong
I'm
incident.
pretty sure that was the same night.
Do you know that's a funny? I know you don't love him, but like Pat McAfee called Ballard at the time and was like, "I just want to let you know that if you could do that and not cough up a lung, your strength is like your oxygen strength is insane. This guy's going to be a great
His VO2
player."
max is pretty good.
He literally like made a scouting report off of him being able to do the gas mask bong, and he was right.
By the way,
it's probably the best analysis Pat McAfee's ever done.
Speaking of guys
Probably.
that I don't like that you love, I saw McShay had something come out today, and Emmett Johnson's photo was on the graphic.
I have it.
It's it's like these guys are good in space story, and so I clicked it, but it was behind the paywall, which I know you have access to.
I can pull.
I saw Emmett getting mocked to the Cowboys in like the 4th round, and I was like, sign me the F up.
Jaguar.
Nah.
They
They have a running back. Don't
not,
they?
No.
God.
Facial Tuden, but he's a bowling ball.
Nah, he's a Cowboy.
Is that guy sponsored by MLB?
Who?
The guy with the MLB logo on the
Yeah.
shirt collar.
Really?
Shoffley.
Which
Come on.
golfer was it?
Hey,
Young.
You guys had
Cam
that.
Young.
Who's that golfing expert you guys had on the show yesterday?
We had Matt
Matt
Vincenzi.
Vincenzi.
Okay, so I made some bets off of Vincenzi. I
Okay.
made Casey Jarvis to be top 20.
That was his super long
Sleeper.
shot at the
Yeah,
end, right?
Mhm.
not working off well.
Oh,
Adam Scott to be in the top 10.
how's
I
that
haven't-
going?
The actor?
Let me look. But
the actor.
he was all over Rom, and
Yeah.
Josh Hodgins, give me credit. I was fading Rom all day. I go, I don't buy it. Fade all the Livs guys is what I did.
And then you hopped on the board.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I did not put him on my board. He's 3 over right now.
Whoa, suck on that, John.
Now,
Rahm.
here's the funny thing. I had a conversation with Schaefer today because I told him that, hey, Vincenzi said the Australians are going to do well. And he goes, outside of Jason Day, who would you pick? I go, I pick Scott. Jason Day's 3 under.
By the way, another Cowboy that's on TV and U10 Scores points out, Moose. He works with
Still.
Kugler. Moose Johnston.
DeChambeau, 3 over. Rahm, 3 over.
Ooh.
See you, live idiots.
Man, this
You
sucks for the
dummies.
best golfers in the world.
You dummies. Do you know who's at the top of the leaderboard? McIlroy.
Rory. And Mr. Burns.
I got a lot of money for Scheffler.
Look at Scheffler, 3 under through 5.
I got a lot of money on Scotty to end the day. Top 10.
Did you see
round
that
one.
graphic that was making its way around the internet a little bit earlier today, where it was score to par in majors since 2000, and he was so far ahead of the rest of the field. It was like a laughable number.
How about Where was Tiger?
He since 2020, excuse me, not since 2000. Yeah. So it's just over the last 5-6 years. And I'm trying to find the graphic. I think he was like minus 111, and the next person was minus 60 something.
Jeez,
that's how far out.
There's all those crazy Tiger stats out there.
I listened to a podcast this week about the Tiger Slam from 2000. Do you know about the Tiger Slam?
I've heard. I don't know. This is terrible. I don't know specifically.
So it's when you hit 4 different cars on your route.
Out of way.
So he won the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
And that was when he did it at Pebble. He was 12 under, and the second place was 3 over.
Yeah, it was. I watched the video on that Pebble. Perfection at Pebble is a YouTube video.
And so then he went to the old course at St. Andrews, and he, I think, was 19 under, and the second place was 11 under. So he won that by 8. And then he won the PGA, and that was in a playoff.
It was 2000, right?
Yeah, and then he won the 2001 Masters.
This is considered to be the greatest
season
of all time.
He held all 4 trophies.
I never finished it, but I did watch a YouTube video about that 2000 season specifically. I obviously didn't finish it, but it was a lot about Ernie Els.
Oh, really?
Because Ernie was the guy who was competing against him the entire time. Like if Ernie Els and Phil Mickelson are probably, and Vijay Singh kind of too, are like the 3 guys that if Michael Jordan was never a basketball player, we talk about Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley,
sure,
all of them. They would probably
the glove.
They would probably be the 3. Yeah, Gary Payton too. With those 3 and Karl Malone, those 3 golfers would probably be up there in terms of.
So here it is: lowest score to par in majors since 2020. Scotty Scheffler. This was entering the week, so this is not updated. If we added, we'd have a few more. Minus 111. He is number 1. Xander Schauffele is in second at 66 under par.
Good Lord.
He is almost lapped the field. Rory is third at 51 under par. John Rahm, fourth at 40 under par. And then it drops all the way down to Colin Morikawa at 19 under. That's how far ahead of everybody he is.
You know what my reaction is?
Bonkers.
You know what my reaction is?
What's that, Matt?
Good for Xander.
Shout out Xander.
You know? Where's Dude, Victor Hovland, talk about a guy's falling the hell off. Changed his swing when he was the number 1 golfer in the world.
I remember when he came in from Oklahoma State.
Look at did you see there's 6 Georgia golfers in the Masters?
Man,
6 guys from Georgia.
I mean, it is in Augusta after all. Close.
That is true.
Drive, man.
It's their home course.
You get there easily.
No, this isn't like first come first serve.
Flights these days. It's a hard thing.
Can you imagine if the competition for the Masters was general admission? If you're one of the first 92 guys to grab a ticket, you get to compete in the Masters.
That sounds awesome. I like how they do that for the U.S. Open. How you can just qualify. You know,
you can qualify for.
It's not just qualify. I mean, you have to
be like the
that's pretty hard.
You have to be the U.S. amateur champion and go through an insane. Like you got to win your local, then you got to win the regional.
Was it in that, or was it in the PGA Championship a couple years ago, where that random guy,
Michael Burns,
Michael
Block? Was it Mike Block? Block,
who was like competing all the way to the very end.
He was in like the second to last group.
Well, he was a pro, right? A tour pro.
He was and I think he was from that area. I think it was the California Golf Club or the Los Angeles Golf Club.
But
that was awesome.
To qualify for the PGA, you just have to buy the right box of Frosted Flakes.
God, you hate the PGA Championship.
Well, it's not a major. It's a minor major.
What if we made the Players the 4th major? How would you feel? We just said, hey, the Players Invitational is now a major.
Honestly, it wouldn't affect.
Winner of the Genesis Invitational.
He finished.
I think it should be the winner of the Quad Cities tournament.
The Corn Ferry Tour?
Yeah.
We have the Corn Ferry National Championship. We got to amp it up like the FCS National Championship. You know,
hey, that was a good game.
No one watches FCS all season long until we go, all right, Montana State, Wyoming, North Dakota State, South Dakota State. Let's go Redbirds, baby.
When it's the only game on, that's
Look
when
at
people
this
watch.
Joke. You think you were calling this guy likable, John? God.
No, I did not call him likable.
You called him likable.
No,
You were
I
like, Oh, I
didn't.
love Bryson.
No,
Bryson's so-
no,
he's such a
no,
great
no.
guy.
I'm just saying he changed his attitude. I didn't say he was likable.
You know what? Mike
I
McCarthy.
mean, not many of these guys are likable, to be honest.
Mike
with you.
McCarthy. Good point. Mike McCarthy's he's got to get Bryson DeChambeau's PR agent. Seriously. Mike McCarthy's good
Why?
because Mike McCarthy's PR team is the worst PR team of all time.
We've talked about it before.
We've talked about it before. You see his resume next to Harbaugh and Tomlin?
It's the same.
Corporate is asking us to find the difference between these two pictures.
Yeah, but you know
The
what?
Same picture.
But you know what? You know what the biggest problem was? McCarthy went to the Cowboys.
No, he was
And one
disrespected
leg-
even when he was with the Packers.
But I don't mean this. I don't say this to troll, but everything gets amplified when you're down in Dallas.
no, but
everything.
it was like this when he was with the Packers. People called him
Right.
an idiot all the time.
Yeah, it was the same. It was the same.
Well,
deal.
but
I was there.
How much
I
of
was-
that though was because of the quarterback he was
Hey,
paired with?
Sean Payton had Drew Brees.
Yeah, but Drew Brees never accused his coach of being an idiot, or at least
That's true.
gave you the vibes that he looked down on his coach.
I was one of the guys who called McCarthy an idiot while he was in Green Bay.
Everybody called him an idiot.
Well, of course you did. You're a
I know.
Bears fan.
You know, he won.
You guys back in the day, Matt McMaster, 1967. Oh, Lombardi, what a dumbass.
Yeah, overrated. Lombardi's overrated. You heard it here first.
Trophy should
Should
be
be called the Hallis Trophy.
Meanwhile,
Should
George
be
Hallis.
the Hallis Trophy.
You know what? I hope the Hallis family runs this organization forever.
married the wrong
We'll
woman.
never move to Gary.
Mm. Matt, we have
married. Well, daughter married the wrong husband.
Matt, we have a 250 guest, so we have to have an abrupt end. to the
Oh, hey,
conversation.
great. Appreciate
That
it.
was fun.
Thanks for having me, guys.
You're welcome.
That was a
Appreciate
fun
it.
conversation.
Well, I mean,
We had a
it's-
Happy New Year earlier at the morning crossover.
Did you?
Hold on a second. They stealing our bit?
What do you mean?
The Happy New Year? That's our bit.
No, I thought it was a universal.
Yeah, I mean, it has been our bit, but that's interesting.
Yeah, they
Well,
stole
I
it
didn't
from
know
us.
that I'm causing a rift here between the morning show and the afternoon show. I kind of
Classic,
By the way-
classic zone,
By the way,
classic zone.
by the
Yep.
way, I love that I get to see everybody every day.
I know
I'm
you
being
say it all
like,
the time.
Like all of you guys are like Schaefer was like, we got to get together. Like I haven't seen Josh and John. Like we haven't all been together in months. And I'm like, that's every day for me, baby.
Okay,
That's
first of all,
true.
I saw Schaefer like for 2 straight weeks in various.
No, but we're
locales.
talking about all.
I did
the-
see Happer yesterday, and it was like, whoa, it's good to see you, Happer.
Happer told me that he wants to get together so he can make fun of my food again, so he can critique my food.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
That sounds lovely.
He goes, you use too much slap your mama.
You did use a lot of it. That's
I like salty food, all right?
Yeah.
I don't put raisins in my chicken salad.
Okay. That's crossover
Mm.
powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. Oh my goodness. Dochambeau.
He's strong.
11.
Nice.
11.
Dope Shambo.
No, Dochambeau.
Rochambeau.
Dope Shambo. What a dope.
We will be back
Cool.
with the Grum
Nice.
on Masters Thursday on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick.
Well, we sure could use the moisture,
We got it.
and we got it.
It's so wet out there.
I was actually looking forward
time for
to
you?
it just because I got to use my new windshield wipers for the first time.
Oh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
So refreshing when they just go swish, swish, and there's not like those streaks in there, and you're like, "Grr,
I just got new
I hate them
wipers,
streaks."
and I am so happy I did.
Are you a Rain-X wipers guy? I love Rain-X wipers.
I believe that's what I got.
Rain-X wipers kick ass.
My new tires, my new brakes, my new brake pads, all the things. My car is just loving life right now, and I'm loving being in it.
Just
A fine,
That's basically
efficient German
replaced-
machine.
he replaced basically his whole car.
Yeah, is it still your car?
It's the ship of Thesis. It's the car of Thesis. It's just two things.
The Volkswagen of Thesis.
Just two tiny things.
Mm.
Brake pads and a rotor.
Rotor's not a tiny thing.
I didn't know. See, I don't know these things. You know, there's the check engine light that pops on. There's not a check rotor light that pops on. I don't know how many miles.
Well, normally you feel when your brakes are
See,
going
but
out.
mine weren't going. "Ee!"
Yeah, but you feel like if your rotor was
How does
bad
it
and warped,
feel?
when you brake, you
Yeah.
will feel it.
Yeah, it's a little wobbly.
See, but it wasn't really doing that. Unless I like really stepped on it.
Maybe your
hard.
car's trying to kill you.
Maybe it is. Maybe,
Maybe
someone
your
cut the
car's been
brakes.
reading too many of your manifestos.
No manifestos for me. Very normal. I'm very normal. I'm not weird.
Well, good. I'm glad you feel like you're driving a new car, even though it's still your car.
It
Well,
is. It's
not a new car.
2013. It's
Running-
not new.
Running like a brand new Panzer, am I right?
No, Nick. I don't.
What if Volkswagen would have really leaned into the bit and said, "We need a name for our new car. How about the Panzer?"
Now, Nick, what kind of vehicle do you have? What country is your vehicle from?
Oh, that's true.
I don't make any jokes about a certain bombing incident with yours, Nick, either for or against,
Well,
because I'm a good person.
I'll say I drive a Nissan, right? But it's good I don't. It's good that I don't drive a Mitsubishi because that's the company that made all the equipment.
Oh,
All the
yeah.
zeros were Mitsubishis.
I just want it for the record. The only person that drives American is right here.
And this
The
country's
guy that
never
won-
done
the team
anything
that
bad.
won the war.
Thank God.
The team that won the war.
Wow.
Anyway,
We all have vehicles, don't we, folks?
I love my Nissan.
We all.
it
have
is kind of
vehicles.
crazy that the two countries that we fought,
the worst of the worst.
the
in
worst
that.
of the worst,
Uh-huh.
and now today it's like, yeah, we buy all their stuff. I mean, we're watching their TVs and buying their cars and their razor blades.
Well, it's like in Back to the Future. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out which one it is that they're having a conversation, and it's when the first one. He goes back in time, and I think he has the Sony camera, and Doc Brown is blown away. Sony, what are you using them for? They're good. What do you mean, Doc? They're really good. Oh,
It was a different time. Well, welcome to the Grum. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people.
it's
the
good to
Grum
be here.
Hello.
A tradition unlike any other. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our exclusive Masters updates are back. Should we do a real quick one here, Nick? Can we
do
go
that.
live to Augusta and listen to all the pretty birds?
Yep,
Pretty
I can.
bird.
Let me.
Pretty birds.
It's very soothing and relaxing today here at Augusta National. You can hear the birds. Sam Burns. Sam, don't call me Mr. Burns. Is tied with
Mr. Burns is
defending
my father.
champion McElroy at 5 under. Burns is already in the clubhouse. Ruhr is going to the 18th. We got Kurt
Did
Kitayama
they hear this on the stream?
Yes.
and Jason. We had a lot of golfers at 3 under, including old Scott Scheffler and Ludwig Oberg and Justin Rose and Patrick Reed and Jason Day. But it's been a bad day. It's been a bad day. I mean, when Fred Couples, 97-year-old Fred Couples,
Freddie?
is ahead of you in a golf tournament,
In 2026.
you know it's not good.
Yeah.
But John Rahm, 3 over, and Bryson DeChambeau, 4 over par.
Yikes.
And there you go.
Bryson just finished.
There's your Masters update here from
Wow.
beautiful Augusta National Golf Course and its beautiful aviary.
An
All the lovely
update in
birds.
the midst of a grum now. I don't know if we've ever done that before.
Well, I just wanted to establish the fact that we are your exclusive home for Masters updates. Do not accept lesser Masters updates. These are authentic. You can tell that they are done from Augusta National. We play the bird noises. Also coming up on today.
What did you search to find?
I think it's from when they go to the forest moon of Endor on
Yeah,
Jedi.
seriously.
Those are all real life birds that exist in the world.
Yes, they all
And they're
exist
all
at
at
Augusta.
Yep.
All of them.
They're all at Augusta.
And they all just happen to find the mics.
Oh my god.
Aaron and Papillion. Yep, we hear it.
Bill Connolly will join us here in a few minutes.
Awesome. It's too bad he wasn't in the green room for that. That would have been funny.
Robin Washut of On 3, the Bear Cave Fallout, and Moving Ahead. Robin's already putting in. No.
RPMs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say the
Rotations
wrong
per
company.
minute?
Bingo. Car
I didn't
stuff.
want to say the wrong
Good
company.
job. There's no balls that are crystal here, John.
RPM is also the name of a disc.
By the
golf
way, did
company.
you see that Braden Frager was at the unicameral for some reason today? And then he was like, I'm back. And it's like, okay. Did you see why he was there?
Well, didn't they do one of them ceremonial?
It was a celebration.
It's
Yeah.
Nebraska basketball day at the unicameral or
Basic.
whatever.
Did they ever do that for Creighton?
They've done like. I don't know if
Creighton
the
made the Elite Eight?
I don't
Did
know
they
if the
have, like,
team's
a-
ever gone there.
a
I mean,
day?
the advantage that Nebraska's got is literally
They are
it's
there.
minutes
Yeah,
away from
that's true.
campus.
That's true. So yeah, Frager's back too. That's cool.
Or maybe Frager is a page and we didn't know it all this time. He's been
That's
working
true.
for one of the senators.
He's really into politics.
The computers don't buy into Big Red.
Oh, interesting. Me, computers, handshake meme.
Wisconsin is dumb,
Oh, I know what this is about. Never
like
mind.
MLB City Connect dumb.
Dude, I have seen, people haven't liked the MLB City Connect stuff pretty much, since it
Mhm.
started. But wow, I have sensed now it's time to move on.
We need to stop this.
Let's get rid of this garbage.
As I wear my City Connect hat for the Rockies.
See, but that's fine. What was the most recent one that got just destroyed? Oh, the Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
Well, stay tuned. We'll have an Insta poll.
Ooh,
Instapoll.
Awesome.
Can you fix college sports without breaking them?
Oh, that's a fun topic.
Yeah, fun.
Mm.
I don't care.
I do care about something today.
I care.
I do care.
Okay.
And big spenders.
Wow.
It's all coming up.
shoes. Wow.
And of course, our exclusive Masters update.
Are we doing another one right now?
Well, no, we
Oh,
just
okay.
did one.
Okay. There's gunshot?
No, that's a bird.
No.
That is actually
That
a
was
bird.
World War II. Under.
There's been the little woodpeckers in our neighborhood who apparently are confused. They're not going after the trees. They're literally sitting on houses and they're tapping on the metal chimney. You know how you have the metal exhaust on the top of your house for your
Sure,
chimney?
They're hungry, John. Give them a worm or a termite.
Yeah, so they're going to eat metal.
Yeah, but they're just pecking away at that thing. And every morning I go out and it's like, it sounds like someone's just taking a little hammer and going ding, 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 ding. It's like, wow.
Ding, 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 ding.
Do you realize what you're doing here?
Good
But
question.
they're marking their territory. See, my dad, he's retired, so he knows all about this bird stuff.
Shout out to John's dad.
They're marking out their territory.
Loves coins.
Apparently, they love my neighborhood.
Woodpeckers would be great in the NFL. They can't get CTE.
They can't. Do you know why?
They're designed not to. Is it
Their tongues wrap
Yeah.
around their brains.
Why don't we just do that?
Oh,
Why
I
don't-
guarantee you.
Evolution.
I guarantee you, the NFL will probably somehow.
Wrap tongues around brains?
Yeah, they'll
Congrats, Patrick Mahomes. You're in the NFL.
there'll be some genetic
for your
mutation
surgery.
where they'll create a quarterback in a lab, and with a
Sounds like a plot
Gene
of a
Simmons
movie.
with a Gene Simmons length tongue. Gene Simmons is about the only human could probably. Did you really need to do that?
Well, there's the video audience. I wanted to make sure that they saw it.
That. Oh,
Speaking of tongues in weird places,
looks like the Sarlacc when you do that.
we watched The Substance last night, Josh.
That movie is insane.
I never want to watch The Substance again.
Substance.
It is a recent movie.
John, you would like the first
No.
2/3 of the
A
movie.
lot of naked women, including Demi Moore.
That's the first.
Is this the one
Yeah.
where she's got the third eye or something? Or
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Eventually.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Spoiler
very
alert.
weird.
Okay.
It's so weird.
I didn't
Really
like it very
beautifully shot.
much. Talking about the nudity right now, Nick? Or
No,
other
I'm
stuff?
like the framing, the
Yeah.
cinematography.
It went a little too off the rails in the third act for your boy.
It went off the rails for me.
Yeah.
Okay, well that makes sense. By the way, during
movies.
our Masters updates,
Oh.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Thank you. As we go back to Augusta,
Yeah.
Did you see Xander Schauffele's tee shot that went behind the bag? Actually, it went in the bag.
In the bag.
So there was a fan. We call them fans here
Patrons,
because that's what they
John.
are.
Patrons.
I
don't want us to get banned from Augusta.
They had their bag sitting. They had been to the merch store.
Classic.
And it's one of those reusable bags like the kind you
Lib.
take to the grocery
Classic
store.
Lib Augusta.
Yeah. His tee shot went in the bag. He swished it.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
He
I'll go
swished
find
it.
the video.
Yeah, it's out there. It's
By
been
the way,
around there.
Chance 2029 headline: NFL butchers millions of woodpeckers to develop a safer helmet. Thank you, Goodell.
I would totally believe that too.
Uh-huh.
I would totally believe that they would probably try to do that at some point.
Uh-huh.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. If you want to hit us up on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter page, it's at USC 1620, brought to you by our good friends at Liquid Trucking.
Heck yeah.
That's what we need. We need a
Honk, honk.
no. That's when you're honking. We
Is
need
that not a
we need
honk?
no. We need a truck. We need a truck horn.
My uncle
Every time we talk about the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, it's
my uncle had a semi and he put a train horn on it. Whenever he'd drive by our house, it would go.
I mean, that's cool, but I like a truck horn.
By the way, I just saw the Xander shot. That is hilarious.
And if you have an email, the old man. See, we have the sounder for Old Man Doug. The Old Man Doug Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Yeah.
John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. I figured we need a truck horn for Liquid Trucking. We can work on that.
Okay.
For
You
our
found
new
all
friends.
these bird noises. You can definitely find a truck.
No, we didn't find the bird noises. The
Oh.
birds are in
Birds found
nature
us.
at Augusta. Every time we open our live mics at Augusta, we hear them.
Okay.
Maybe I can make a truck horn that also sounds like there's water dripping out of it. Liquid trucking.
Interesting. They would never drip water though, Nick. They keep
wouldn't.
it compact.
Their trucks aren't made out of liquid.
Yeah. Still don't
They're
know if they
metal.
want that to be the tagline.
Coming up next,
Yes.
we'll be joined by Bill Conley.
Awesome.
On ESPN.com. Yes, kids, it's a college football topic
Let's go. This is what I've been waiting for all week.
on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Creighton baseball begins the Big East home slate this weekend against Seton Hall. It's the Blue Jays and the Pirates from Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, Friday at 6, Saturday at 2, and Sunday at 10 a.m. The Blue Jays are on Yacht Rock 1180.
For 75 years, Skradsky Heating and Cooling is
Don't forget, you can watch our shows anytime on our YouTube channel. Just search 1620 The Zone when you go to youtube.com and hit that little bell thingy. It gives you the notifications. Subscribe.
Please do.
Because then you get to see us, and occasionally you get to see our guests who are kind enough to join us in the Zone Casino, Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline video feed. Here he is, Bill Conley of ESPN. Good afternoon, Bill.
How we doing?
Excellent.
We're doing pretty darn good. Pretty darn good, especially that your returning production listed Nebraska number 3. I mean, it's been a while since Nebraska football's been top 3 in anything, especially anything that might be positive. But in all seriousness, Nebraska's right up there with Notre Dame. And as your numbers kind of checked out, and we did this a couple weeks ago when that official ranking came out, at least last year, it meant for those teams that were in the top 10, usually some kind of an improvement on average from last year.
Yeah, I mean, bar's a lot lower than it used to be. A few years ago, you'd see like the number 1 team in returning production, it would be like 86% or something. You'd have whatever it was, 8, 10, 12 teams at 80% or higher. That seemed to be, and that 80% bar seemed to be where, like, if you're there, you're improving. It's almost assured that you're improving in some way. Now Notre Dame's number 1 at 72%. Maryland's 2 at 71. Nebraska's at 69. That would have been like 25th a couple of years ago or something. So it is a little different scenario, but also you'd rather be on that end of the chart. It still suggests at least slight improvement on average, and it's better than being 133rd or something.
Have you broken down your individual data, Bill, in between returning production and returning, for lack of a better term, homegrown production? Right. And like, I wonder if there is a correlation to be found of guys who have been in the system versus guys who just have experience playing college football.
Yeah, at the outliers, at the extremes, there is a little bit. We can piece together some conclusions of, like, if you improved a little bit and now you return most of your returning production is homegrown. That probably means a little bit better. But it's really only at the extremes. I didn't find anything, one of the funny things about the last 15, 20 years is most of the time when I undergo some big kind of, all right, I'm going to take a couple days here to lay everything out and I'm going to find a better way to do this. And I'm going to do this and this. Usually that does not result in anything that's worth actually changing SP Plus for. And in this case, I split everything out in incoming and returning basically. And I didn't find any way to better project the future than just using it as like one big mass basically. But in Nebraska's case, it wasn't really necessarily, they weren't an extreme either way. So it all gets thrown in there.
Bill, the other thing, I know we've talked about it with you over the last few years, like there is certain returning production that you really are emphasizing when you're starting to put together your rankings, right? Like these positions are more important. Has that changed at all over the last few years as rosters have gotten a lot more veteran and especially and we're finally out of the COVID era of college football, but did that at all change the math on maybe this position was emphasized more or perhaps even emphasized less?
Well, defense has gotten a lot blurrier. I think, through the years, it's a lot more now just the total percentage of tackles for loss kind of thing instead of broken out D-line, linebacker, secondary. And I'm sure part of that is because, positions are a little more negotiable now. Like as an edge rusher, an outside linebacker, or a defensive end, is the nickel safety or is he an outside linebacker, that kind of thing. And so maybe it's just really hard to judge and everybody lists it differently. But aside from that, not really. I think the biggest change I've ever had in terms of what's emphasized in returning production is, back in the day, before I had snap counts, I was just using offensive line starts. That wasn't worth very much. Offensive line snaps turns out to be worth a whole heck of a lot. And so the offense is still pretty regimented. Like quarterback obviously matters a ton, but offensive line and pass catchers matter a ton too. Running backs, not as much. But no, that's been the biggest change, I think.
Talking with Bill Conley of ESPN, of course, the man behind the SP Plus formula that we quote often here on this program. You and along with the other ESPN analysts were asked some different questions in a column earlier this week regarding teams with the most to prove, coaches with the most to prove. You identified Alabama as a team with the most to prove. And with all that they've had to replace, they'll be replacing a quarterback. All the Saban recruits are basically gone now. does it almost feel like the larger upset is if the Tide make the playoff in 26?
Yeah, I mean, I remind myself that Kalen DeBoer is, 2 years ago, I had Kalen DeBoer as either the best or second best coach in college football.
Mm-hmm.
Second best, I guess. Kirby would have been number one, I guess. But he maybe the longer he's there, the more he becomes Kalen DeBoer and less, Nick Saban's successor or something. And that quality starts to shine through. Hasn't shined through yet, obviously. And heading into this season, yeah, like their defense is going to be really good. It's always good. It's pretty experienced. They'll need a couple defensive linemen to hold up, like a couple transfer defensive linemen, I should say. But I think I don't have any problem with the defense. But last year, the run game was awful. And now you're without your number one running back and basically your entire offensive line. Your receiving core was 3 guys and 2 of them are gone and the other one forgot how to catch a ball. And now you're basically looking at maybe starting a redshirt freshman quarterback. Now, that's the negative spin. The positive spin is Keelan Russell was all world quarterback and might be incredible now that he's had a year to kind of figure things out and, got a transfer receiver in and a bunch of blue chippers. Maybe a couple of them actually look the part. The run game can't be any worse. You can spin that, but all this talk is not making it sound like a playoff team at all. So, they were actually projected 11th in SP Plus, which was higher than I expected, honestly. I was expecting like 14, 15, but with their schedule, that's 8 wins. They play back-to-back. They play Georgia at Tennessee, A&M at LSU, plus at Vanderbilt, plus, at Kentucky early in the season. And I kind of think they might be a team that can exceed its projections. So that's tough. They're going to have to be that DeBoer aura is going to have to really come through here. Otherwise, it doesn't really add up for me.
Bill, speaking of exceeding expectations, we spent some time as of late talking about Nebraska's 2026 schedule, and I was diving into the postseason SP Plus numbers from 25 and comparing them with your current numbers, obviously much preseason SP Plus numbers for 2026. And I found some really interesting stuff in there, in that last year the average Big Ten opponent Nebraska played ranked essentially 50th, whereas this year, because it's very top heavy with Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana, it has an average SP Plus ranking of 30th. The question for you is, how big of a correlation have you found between March, April numbers and January postseason numbers? What kind of fluctuation are we potentially looking at? Because if that holds true, it's obviously going to be a very difficult schedule for Matt Rule in year 4.
Yeah, I think the median error for a given team, in terms of the points, is something like 4 point something points. So basically, if you are, let's see, what's a good one to use? Vanderbilt is 31st. Their rating is exactly 10.0. That makes it pretty easy. That means the standard deviation is basically anywhere between 14, which would be 22nd, and 6, which would be 43rd. So it's a decent range, but it's pretty good. I mean, I'm still the whiffs are still the whiffs when I do this. Clemson, even though it didn't have Clemson nearly as high as the kind of the conventional wisdom heading into last year, it still had them 13th or something, and they were nowhere near 13th. Penn State ended up okay for the most part, but they were nowhere near 3rd or whatever they were. So there are still misses, especially when you've got all these transfers and everything. It's never going to get it quite right. But on, the median error is still really not that bad. It's still, when it says you're going to have a hard schedule, it probably means you're going to have a hard schedule.
Yeah. Bill Conley of ESPN joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. You recently ranked your favorite portal classes, and some people might be surprised at who is number 1, but it's Oklahoma State. They got Mestamaker coming over from North Texas. They got their top running back, Caleb Hawkins, also coming from North Texas. A lot of North Texas influence, obviously, with the brand new head coach. Do you think this portal class is enough to vault Oklahoma State into that Big 12 championship conversation?
I'm happy I don't have to make that commitment, because I do think Texas Tech's just way up here right now. And then, between that kind of Utah, BYU, Kansas State, kind of that I think that's probably a bridge too far. But we are basically taking one of the worst teams in the country and we're grafting on the best offense in the country from last year. And just in terms of pure, they are projected as a top 40 team, which is wild. I mean, I have had to kind of alter the way I look at transfers and everything, and figure out ways to, when you have a new coach and you underachieve dramatically versus your history, chances are you're about to surge back up, and you combine that with a really good production-wise, a really good transfer class. So they're projected to improve a lot, but still only top 40. I'm not sure. This might be a 42-35 every game kind of situation where the defense hasn't improved nearly as much, but that's still wild that we're taking a team that was worst Oklahoma State team ever or since like 1961 or something like that, and we're talking about them as probably a 7-8 win team. Legitimately, not without feeling like it's overhyping anything, because we know how good their offense is. It was just wearing different jerseys last year, so it's just a really interesting situation.
Yeah, and Bill, what I find so fascinating is that this cycle seemed like the first one truly that was trying to make it higher off of what happened with Cignetti in Indiana, where it's like we're looking for coaches who can come in and not only change the culture, but bring a bunch of dudes along with them. Yeah. And I'm going to be really curious, and I imagine you are as well, looking at the data over the next handful of years and what it means when you are able to bring such a large chunk, especially at very important positions like a quarterback.
Yeah, that is something to look for, especially as we get a little more of a sample. Just that, not only how many transfers are you bringing in, but are you a new head coach, and did you bring 5 guys, 10 guys, 27 guys from your last school, whatever Campbell at Penn State was, 20 something. And yeah, we'll see if there's something projectable about that. I'll absolutely fold it in. It was when Cignetti moved to Indiana, I loved Cignetti. I thought it was a great hire. I thought he might get them bowling within a couple of years. It was that good a hire. But also I was a little concerned, like the transplant of JMU guys, because first guy who did that was Jay Norvell, moving from Nevada to Colorado State, and then they stuck. Like it caused like a culture problem basically or something, and they never got really going there. So I was kind of skeptical. But Indiana, it seemed to work out okay for Indiana doing that. And I assume that while not every school will have some sort of immediate jump because they brought in 15 of the coach's last guys, it's still going to work more often than not, I think.
Bill Conley joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Also, when you were ranking all of those portal classes, obviously Indiana with what they've done ranks very high. But I was really surprised that number 2 among Big Ten teams in your rankings was UCLA. And we've wondered aloud if the Bruins have enough money to compete in this conference. Has that been an exaggeration, or do you think Bob Chesney is finding the really good DVDs at that bottom of that bargain bin?
Yeah, I was. Everything we've heard is UCLA doesn't have any money right now, but then just laying out who they brought most of the JMU guys. I would have, like when he was leaving, I would have said, take that guy and that guy and that guy and that guy. He got most of them. Especially, a running back, Wayne Knight, a running back, Sahir West, the edge rusher who really came on late in the year, a couple linemen, like just a really nice job. But what I liked about what he did was he dipped in a lot of pools in a lot of interesting ways. Like he went down to the smaller school level, got a cornerback from Montana State I really like, but then he also tried to just kind of plump up the blue chip roster portion of the roster, I guess, in terms of, redshirt freshman and sophomore 4-star guys from Ohio State and Florida and wherever else. I really liked however much money he had. I thought he divvied it out really well, and I thought he got the most bang for his buck there.
Bill, is there a team outside of your current SP Plus top 20 that you like as a potential party crasher as the season rolls on? I mean, gosh, right outside it is literally Washington and Iowa, 2 teams that I find very, very intriguing. Both of them, of course, on Nebraska's schedule this year. So maybe the answer is one of them, or maybe it's somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately go to, if we're talking about gate crasher, like making the playoff and not necessarily winning the playoff, yes. I immediately go to who might be the second best team in the Big 12, who might be the second best team in the ACC. Washington does have a massive amount of upside, and that makes them interesting. But the batch of Utah, Kansas State, Arizona is really interesting to me. Maybe TCU. I love my small school guys. I love that he's all in on a Harvard quarterback, but that still just kind of makes me nervous. I got to see it before I'm all the way in there. And, maybe even a Houston. I love what they did on the line of scrimmage with their transfer class. So any of those teams are really interesting in terms of who might match up best with Texas Tech and, maybe eke out 11-1 and get into the playoff. ACC is a little weirder for me. Miami's obviously projected pretty high, but after that, you have Clemson, you have Louisville, who I really liked in my head. And then when I updated their roster, I'm like, oh man, I don't know. They lost more than I thought. And I don't really love this transfer class as much as I thought. SMU is a really interesting bounce back candidate, or at least they would be if they didn't just lose both coordinators. I love that they have their quarterback back and a lot of those pieces, but those two coordinators were both awesome, and that's a lot to ask for. Like with replacing those guys with no drop off. So it's kind of blurry who the second team in the ACC might be, but in terms of the Big 12, I do like what K-State did a lot. I think the idea of trying to load up on really disruptive defenders and then just hope that Colin Klein and Avery Johnson make a happy marriage on the other side of the ball. I can see it. I don't know if it'll work, but I like the logic there.
Moves off the field, Bill. It sounds like momentum is building towards 86ing the conference championship games. Is this ultimately a good idea, whether or not you believe that the playoff should or shouldn't expand?
Outside of the SEC and Big Ten, I think winning your conference still matters a ton. And honestly, within the SEC, like I'm a Missouri guy. Like obviously, you would if given the choice between an SEC title and like a national title game run, you're picking the national title game. But it'd still be pretty amazing to win the SEC too. So, and I mean, maybe I'm thinking of this the wrong way. Now we'll just call everybody who went 8-1 in the SEC champion. So you have more teams that can claim it or whatever. But yeah, I because there's a decent solution out there, I kind of hate that we might be going in this direction. The Big Ten in 2020, I don't love a lot of the Big Ten's ideas, but I loved this one. And honestly, the Pac-12 this year with their flex game, it feels to me like we should just make like the 9th conference game a flex week. Everybody plays their 12th game. 1 and 2 play for the conference title. And then you have however you want to pair it up from there. 3 versus 4, 5 versus 6, whatever. Or if that punishes playoff teams, then whatever we need to do. 3 versus 10 and 4 versus 9. And the bottom teams play. Have all the 5 and 7 teams play for a 6th win. And, if you win, you get a bowl bid or whatever. However that needs to be paired off, we can. Mm-hmm. But that feels like a solution that's just kind of sitting out there and nobody's really homed in on it yet. I liked that the Pac-12 is doing this flex week thing before the conference title game. We just mash those two things together. And I think, then you're playing for a title. It's a big deal still. And also you're not punished by having to play a 13th game.
Bill Conley, you can read his great work at ESPN.com. Bill, we always appreciate a chance to visit with you. Thanks a lot and enjoy the great weekend.
You too.
Thank you, Bill.
Bill Conley joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Nick. First, we need a sports flash. Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. Not a surprise, but Braden Frager has announced officially that he is coming back.
Folks!
After averaging 12 points and 4 rebounds per game and winning the Big Ten 6th Man of the Year. Again, this conference so confusing. So many numbers. It makes no sense.
And did you see their graphic? Is that a glass of milk?
I don't know. What is that?
Or is it something else?
Is it maybe it's
really excited,
maybe it's a Colorado Bulldog.
Colorado what?
Yeah, the drink.
What's a Colorado Bulldog?
That's not real.
I think it is. Isn't it called a Colorado Bulldog? It's like I don't remember what's in it, but it's like brown and has like kind of a creamy brown drink. Isn't that right?
Sean is right.
Colorado Bulldog. Told you.
Vodka cocktail made with coffee liqueur.
There you go.
Cola and a splash of cool cream. There's a lot of splashes of cool cream right now with this news. Am I right, folks?
Nice.
Maybe that's what that is. All right, so that was a sports flash. What was the other thing that you were calling for?
Well, it's time for another. We need to go live to Augusta for another Masters update. Rory McIlroy finished his day, so Roar is tied with Sam Burns. Mr. Burns at 5 under par. We have a 6-way tie for third at 3 under, which also includes Scott Scheffler. Only his friends call him Scotty. I'm not a friend, so I just call him Scott. Few other golfers at 2 under, including Xander Schauffele. Look at Fred Couples. Fred Couples is 2 under. Why? This is the one tournament every year where some old timer.
That's true.
finds his way on the leaderboard. And we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of Jack Nicklaus. So maybe this would be perfect if Fred Couples, playing through the beautiful sounds of the birds at Augusta National, won this thing once again. And there you go. There's your Masters update. Oh, by the way, Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, not on the board.
What? What happened?
Um,
Is something going on?
Tiger is taking driver's ed, and Phil is working Wall Street.
John emails in to the Equitable Bank inbox. Wait a minute here. Bill is a Missouri guy? That is absolutely disgusting. Why would we ever listen to anything he said? Because he's smart. Yeah, he was at the
he was at the flea kicker game.
Yep. Yeesh.
He was at
He
the
was
flea
about
kicker
ready to
game.
storm the field, and then he didn't because he was sad.
And they realized there's no floor. There's no
Nick, we're
storming
done with the
going on here.
Masters. Turn the birds off.
I
Get
can't
'em
turn
outta
birds off. They're part of nature.
Shoot him. Do a Betty Draper and shoot him.
Wow.
Thank you.
I don't think they would want that at the Masters. They don't want to kill the birds.
I bet they do.
I don't think so.
The beautiful exotic birds.
Definitely.
We'll have more on the Frager news, but more on the Berkey news and the aftermath.
So much news.
With Robin Washut coming up in about 15 or so minutes.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
I mean, he is our regular Thursday. He's been
Confirmed.
he
Nice
is the
confirmation, Nick.
I mean, he's been locked in there for a long time.
If we tried to erase his name right now, we'd need some spit.
Yeah.
You need to tour.
We'd have to get
to clean it up. You would.
Remember Hawk Tua?
Yeah, remember Hawk Tua?
Yeah, I believe she's now doing porn.
You got to make money, John.
I get
in any way. She had a podcast.
Talk Tua.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and then
which is a great name for a podcast.
And then
Wait,
she,
are you sure, John?
And then she got in trouble because of the Bitcoin stuff.
I do remember that.
And now she's I think she's doing
OnlyFans?
Yeah, which is basically porn.
I don't think that might be fake news, John.
Nah, I'm pretty sure she was doing something with that.
Are you subscribed?
Hell no. Dear God, no. Not gonna pay her a dime.
Oh, so you steal her content? That's messed up.
No, I would
John,
not.
come on, bro.
I would not steal that content.
Come on.
Look at there's old Fred. Look at Fred.
The price is wrong, bitch.
God, what's his name is going to be? He needs a glass of that Boulder
Who?
drink.
Oh, Jimmy.
Bulldog,
Jimmy Nance.
Colorado
He made his own
Bulldog.
Bulldog, yeah.
Colorado Boulder Dash.
Hello, friend.
My friend. He loves that guy. Yeah, we're definitely never allowed at the Masters.
Is he a Houston guy too?
Yeah, they were roommates, if I remember right.
Oh, they were.
They were roommates.
It was like Tommy Armstrong and Jordan Westerkamp. They were roommates.
Oh, like a less famous version of
Correct.
Tommy and
Correct.
Jordan.
They're roommates.
All right, we'll return with the Grum right here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app, and zonetv.live. Yeah, you literally can see us right now. Just go to zonetv.live. It's that simple. And coming up tomorrow here on the program, we're giving away tickets to see Nate Bargatze.
How are we doing it?
I have no idea.
I can't wait. I bet it's going to be fun. We have a great Friday scheduled. There was a world where it wasn't going to be you and me tomorrow.
There was a world.
But it's going to be you and me tomorrow.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. No, this is not Josh's World Tour. It's Nate's World Tour. Saturday, April 25th, CHI Health Center. We've got your tickets. Be listening tomorrow or go to 1620thezone.com and you can double your chance to win. I highly recommend it. It was a great show when he was in Lincoln. I'm sure it'll be
even better because he's in a superior city
with better food.
Well, yes, definitely in a superior arena, which hosts a superior college basketball program.
Oh, interesting. Pedro writes into the text machine, "Hi, guys.
Hey.
I know John is not a fan of students storming the court. How would he like it if the Masters winner sunk his putt and everyone came out of the stands, put him on their shoulders, and carried him off of the putting green, especially if it was an old guy like Freddie Couples?"
Are they also saying hip, hip, hooray?
They probably are.
They
if it's
would.
Freddie, I think John would give that a
look at Fred.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right,
That used to kind of happen, you know. Someone would win a golf tournament and they'd all kind of come. Now it wouldn't be like a mad rushing, you know, like a bunch of college kids or you know that spontaneous celebration of beating Wisconsin.
It was
that
so
one time.
spontaneous.
It was so spontaneous.
That game went down to the wire. They didn't know if they were going to win. Pretty crazy.
What would be even crazier is if they did it before, like Jack Nicholas when he won in '86.
Yeah,
he wasn't the last group because he wasn't in the lead.
He finished way earlier than everybody
finished
else.
like I can't remember how many. I think he
they
was
had like
3 or 4 holes
I
ahead
thought
of.
it was even further than that. Like
ahead
6 or 7.
of the guys who were at the lead group. If they would have done it after he finished his round and then everyone else has to golf on those trampled greens.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
They won't do that though.
No, sadly.
They will not do that. We're going to talk with Robin Washut here in just a few moments. You know, and certainly the Berkey news was dominating the headlines yesterday. I just find it really interesting. As Robin's sources have told him, he was looking to double what he was making, basically putting him in that, 7-figure.
That's the number I heard, 7 figures.
Category in a year where we're told that the program has more resources. But I think it serves as another reminder that even though they do have more resources, close to double more resources they had than they had last year, that and this is where I kind of took exception with Sip a little bit on Monday or Tuesday, I'm sorry. When he mentioned, the top of the leaderboard, they have, 12 to 15 million. Nebraska might have 8, and maybe if they really needed it, they could push it to 10. That's still a sizable difference.
Yes, it is.
I mean, when you think about the
especially
percentage,
with a basketball roster
think
size?
about the percentage, all right? The difference between a $12 million roster and an $8 million roster in college basketball is the same difference in the payroll between the LA Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. It's the same. I did the math. It's the same difference.
That's a big difference.
And we all know how far and away. Now, I get it. Different,
Blue Jays did win yesterday.
Different sports, all of that other thing. But just to put it into perspective, that while Nebraska has raised its bar, the overall bar has gone up. If Nebraska were in that $12 to $15 million group, it's probably likely that Berkey is probably back because they can afford to pay it.
Yeah.
And I think this is just a reminder that, Nebraska's in a better shape NIL-wise than they were last year, but it's still not enough to go and do everything that you want to do. Because I've got to think that retaining him was the preferred option.
Yes.
Because of the culture, because of the experience, because just what he has meant to the team as a teammate, as a player, as a guy that will go out there and literally stick his nose into a pile to get a basketball and bloody himself up to get a basketball. All of those things. You need those kind of guys on a basketball team. And now a proven guy that you have had is leaving. I have to imagine, they would have loved to have moved it. But the fact that they would not move off of their number just serves as another reminder that, there's still a pretty decent sized mountain to climb if you want to spend at the top of the sport.
John writes 8 points and 4 rebounds is not a game is not worth 7 figures.
And listen, I am not here to argue that Nebraska is making the wrong choice here. They're being smart with their budget. We'll see what they end up getting in return and who ends up coming back. But Bear K's absence or appearance on the roster is more than just the points and the rebounds. Because this team is losing a sizable chunk of its core. And its core, not just from a production standpoint, but from a leadership standpoint, from a program culture standpoint. That was one of the biggest strengths that Nebraska had. Outside of Sanford, Nebraska didn't have a lot of guys who were going to be considered, all-American caliber players. They didn't.
They had 0 outside of Price.
Because it was a team that was greater than the sum of its parts for the most part.
Yeah.
And in order to have those types of teams, you got to have guys like a Berkay. And maybe they can go out and replace it in the portal. Maybe. But that's hard to do sometimes when, when there's just those little things.
Yeah, Aaron Papillion, real quick for Robin, he says, do they consider personality, popularity, and marketability in this at all? I could see them blowing him up as a character. That is the interesting part with Berkay in particular. He could probably make more in the traditional NIL ways here than anywhere else because he has become such a character. And by traditional, I mean like the restaurants and those types of things. Then I think he could anywhere, whether it's Tech, Texas Tech, which it seems like that's where the wind is blowing, or UCLA returning there, But, certainly I don't think that could have made up the gap of what he was looking for financially.
More on this and what lies ahead in the future with Robin Washington of HuskerOnline.com coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Returning to our dimension from the transfer portal, Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. How was the portal? How is the portal? Is it
busy?
Is it very busy?
The portal is portaling full steam ahead. Seems like if I put my phone down for 5-10 minutes, I've missed like 10 things. So I tweeted out a thing where it's a little meme of the Spider-Man or something where he's like, hold on, like she's like, are you even listening to me? And Peter Parker's like, no, hold on, there's this kid from Arkansas Pine Bluff who shot 38% from three that just hit the portal. And then she like walks away and like storms off. Like that's kind of where my life is right now.
And it's incredible. It's incredible because you're a reporter. And
what's it like for the
coaches?
Oh my God.
It has to be just insane because, and I've heard it compared to speed dating. And that's really what it is. I mean, you only have so much time and you're learning. And I know in some cases, about guys that were going to be entering the portal before they actually did tampering. But I mean, it happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
But still, you're still juggling a lot of things. And what I was thinking about the other day was, all right, say you got this. We'll just use it for argument's sake. You're looking at this point guard and you got him on the hook and you think you have him. And then all of a sudden he pivots and you have to and meanwhile, you got three other guys who might be like interested in that same spot. And how do you juggle all of that, waiting for a yes from somebody or hearing a no from somebody else? It's kind of like the Calandria situation, where it's just like, well, one guy left, here's the next guy, and boom, something happens. I just don't get how coaches can do it.
No, I know it's literally minute to minute. And, there's a reason like when Fred like jokingly opens his press conference calling this his favorite time of year, because it probably could be anything but, and it's just such a stressful process for coaches and, especially like the staff around them that are kind of doing a lot of the dirty work, like a guy like Fred, he comes in and it's like the closer, but like, his assistant coaches, general managers, and this is for all programs, they're the ones that are putting in the countless phone calls and texts, setting up the Zooms and kind of getting things to the point where, there's some tangible momentum behind the recruitment. So it does start early. And, the third party communication, that's been happening for months. And it's technically not tampering, but it pretty much is, where you're dealing with representation of players that, they're halfway through the season just to get a gauge of, what they're thinking and what they might be asking for and are looking for, and then trying to hit the ground running. So when they do hit the portal and the portal officially opens, you're not just kind of cold calling guys and starting from scratch. You're able to kind of hit the ground running on your priority target. So I think that's what a lot of what these first few days are. And it's so unique too, because of the way the calendar lines up that the portal opened on the 7th and you couldn't host visitors because you're still in a dead period until Friday. And so a lot of this has been like COVID recruiting where it's calls and Zooms and a lot of virtual conversations where you're trying to, lock in visits and sell guys that are trying to, figure out where they're going to go. So it's kind of like the stage before things really get real starting this weekend. So that's why you really haven't seen a lot of commitments. There's been some, but it hasn't been this flurry of portal commitments right out of the gate like you normally see. And a lot of that is just because of the dead period kind of putting a brief pause on just some of the movement. But I would expect that to change in a big way starting Friday when recruits are allowed to go take visits. And by the end of the weekend, I think, Nebraska and every other school will be much further along in their portal checklist than maybe they are right now, just because of their hands being tied for the time being.
Robin, let's talk about the news of the day, and that's what came down within the last hour. Though I guess Braden Frager said at the unicameral today that he was going to return, but Nebraska makes the announcement official within, at least since we've been on the air at 2 o'clock. He was such an interesting person to hear fans talk about in the season because there was this, I mean, you saw a lot of the crap, right? There was this weird fear-mongering that it wasn't working out, that he was going to be leaving. And yet he ends up being the first player of any that they announce as official returner. I wonder how surprised or not surprised you are by this news and how important it is to lock this up so early in the process.
Yeah, not surprised. If anything, kind of more surprised it took as long as it did. I mean, this has been kind of a situation where Nebraska's been pretty confident that Braden and, I'll even throw Price in there as well, that, they expect them back. And, while they haven't announced anything, like they entered the portal season kind of building their roster under the assumption that both those guys will be kind of the fixtures of next year's lineup. So this just kind of was more of a official closure to it. And, they might take a little bit longer with Price just because I still think he's going to go through the pre-draft evaluation, because of his sports hernia surgery that he had on Monday. He's not going to be able to really participate in any of the pre-draft workouts or combine or anything like that. But, he's still going to have meetings and get feedback from NBA personnel just to get a gauge of, where he stands right now as a draft prospect. And then also what he needs to do to become, a bona fide first rounder or maybe even beyond if he comes back to school next year. So while that is still technically, a process that is going to play out, I would put him right there with Braden as a player that Nebraska expects to be back next season, even if an official social media post hasn't been put out yet.
For better or for worse, Robin, I use Jack Mitchell as my barometer for the pulse of Nebraska basketball fan nation. And he's pretty down in the dumps about Berke, and he's trying to gimmick a way to get him back somehow, doing some kind of crowdsourcing or crowdfunding, whatever it is.
Awesome.
But in all seriousness, how big of a loss is this from just the culture standpoint, the locker room standpoint, given what he meant to the team, just as a leader, as an emotional guy, as just a good locker room guy?
Yeah, that's the big part of it. I mean, like on the surface, you can say, well, it shouldn't be hard for Nebraska to go find, 6 rebounds and 6 points, 5 rebounds per game. Like that's kind of a dime a dozen out there in the portal, but it's kind of all of the intangibles that Berke brought. And, I guess it starts to me with his post defense. He was about as ideal of a fit for the low post defender that works so well in Nate Lenzer's system. And, you look at the metrics, while like his numbers, really didn't reflect much of an impact. It was the way that he defended. He graded out consistently as one of Nebraska's top defenders. I think he was just behind Sam in overall like defensive metrics on the season. So like, I think a lot of his impact you just didn't see in the final box score because of the way that he was able to change how other teams, had to operate on offense because of, the way that he thrived in that role in Nebraska's defensive scheme. So, that's where I think a lot of his on-court value was. But then more so, like you mentioned, it's the locker room stuff. I mean, and the fact that he really kind of came out of his shell this year. 2 years ago, I think he was uncomfortable talking in interviews, and because he was, kind of embarrassed about his English, and just kind of felt nervous to really let his personality show. We finally got over that this year, and fans got to see kind of just the fun guy that he is, and they immediately took to it. Where I think that allowed him to open up with his energy and just emotions on the floor. Like obviously the bloody lip screaming at the crowd, and doing all that stuff. Like fans ate that up, and he became one of the favorites on that roster. I remember, like my daughter's 9 years old, and I told her that Berke was leaving, and she ran up to her room crying because he's one of her favorite players. So like he had that kind of impact with a lot of people and the fan base. And that's what makes the loss so hard, because he was such a likable guy, and, he's a little goofy at some points, but the way that he defended, and then all that he brought to just kind of the chemistry on and off the floor for the Huskers, like that's where the real void now is going to be for Nebraska to have to replace. Like I said, you can go get 6 points, 5 rebounds in the drop of a hat, but it's all the other stuff that Barricade brought to this team that is going to be much more difficult to replace.
Would you describe this as a clean split between the two parties?
I like, as far as like leaving the door open for a return.
Either that or just like how I guess the negotiations unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of the world that you live in now, where like it seems like a no-brainer that Nebraska would want him. It seems like it's a no-brainer that he would want to stay at Nebraska, but this is an open market, and every year you're going to try to explore what your value is, and especially when you have representation that they have their own incentive to see what else is out there. Money changes conversations. I think that's what happened here, where Nebraska had a price point that they kind of valued Barricade with, and kind of knew what they needed to save in their budget to go and get players at the most expensive positions in the portal right now. And they weren't going to go over that price point for Barricade, where Barricade's agents was able to kind of explore around and found probably some schools that were willing to go much higher than Nebraska was. And in the end, a lot of times that's all you need to make a decision like this. And in retrospect, will there be some regret? I don't know, but and you can't fault a kid for especially going into his final college season, for trying to make potentially twice as much as another school than he would here at Nebraska. But it's just kind of the unfortunate reality of the business of college sports now, where it can make all the sense in the world to keep this relationship going, and except when money starts becoming involved, and the money can be so great that all that other stuff will take a back seat. I think that's kind of what ended up being the situation.
Robin Wash at HuskerOnline.com. You were earlier today put in a prediction that Sam Orm, the forward from Belmont, would be committing to Nebraska. He's a 13.5 rebound guy, shot just under 40% from three. His skill sets, how do they fit in this Fred Hoiberg system?
Yeah, he's kind of the ideal stretch four. He's not a Barricade, but what he lacks maybe on the defensive end compared to what Barricade brought, he kind of tenfold on the offensive end. He's, like I said, 40% 3-point shooter, and that's on like 120 some attempts. So I mean, it's not like he made a small volume of shots at a high clip. Like that's a pretty good chunk of 3-point attempts that he hit 40% on. Mm-hmm. And you look at his highlights, he's able to beat guys off the dribble, finish at the rim with either hand, like just has a really versatile offensive bag that, again, he's not going to be the post defender that Barricade was, but I think he brings a lot more on the other end to the table. And he's a solid positional defender. Like he can match up pretty well. He's 6'9", 220 pounds. So, he's not small. He's not the biggest guy, but he's not going to be like overwhelmed, I don't think, on the defensive end. And the good news is Nebraska's defensive scheme is no stranger to maybe masking being undersized or having some defensive deficiencies, just because of the way that their scheme is able to make up for that sort of stuff. So I think it's an ideal fit for what Nebraska is looking for what they want out of that position. And if you can pair him with a similarly skilled 5-man, which I think is still the top priority, that would be an excellent start to revamping this front court that, especially after Barricade left, suddenly became pretty bare, and is clearly the point of emphasis as visit season starts up tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of, Robin, last one from me. You mentioned tomorrow being like a day where things could really start going down. When we talk to you 1 week from now, how much clarity do you think we have on Nebraska's 26-27 roster?
Yeah, I think they'll probably get at least one. I'm the minimum one, and it could be more. I mean, the portal window is 15 days, and the recruiting period goes through the end of the month. So there's not a lot of time to probably kind of sit around and wait, especially because Nebraska has so many significant positions that they need to fill, guys. Like, they can't just kind of wait around and let a guy go through the process and then leave him at the altar. So I would expect them to kind of, maybe push the issue a little bit on some of these guys that make it to campus. And, a lot of times guys are going to see one or two, maybe three schools before making a decision. And usually those visits happen pretty quickly. So if not by the end of this weekend, then certainly by the end of next weekend, I would imagine at least the priority positions Nebraska wants to address, I would say most of them, if not all, will hopefully be locked in with commitments. But, again, you never know with portal season. Wild things happen every day.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Robin, we'll let you return to the portal. Make sure to take your breathing apparatus with you because I understand the atmosphere is a little different there.
Yeah, it can get a little toxic sometimes.
Just a little.
I will be prepared.
All right.
Bye, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
Yeah.
Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com, joins us every Thursday here on the program. Nick,
another one?
Well, no, we need
no,
we need a Masters update.
Oh.
It's still Burns and McIlroy tied at 5 under. No one's making any moves. It's like the scoring has froze.
The Frozen Boys.
No one's really making any moves right now. Did they pause it? Did he put this thing on pause? Do we need to hit the play button or something?
You got to click the live button, John. You made a mistake. You got to click the live button.
Scott Scheffler's still at 3 under, and Fred Couples is
What? Did he get a
ball? I spoke too soon.
Did he get multiple
Someone
votes?
did make a move
Who?
in the wrong direction.
Is it Freddie?
Fred must have quadruple bogeyed the 14th because he was at 2 under, and then he went to 2 over.
Fred is no longer in a couples.
But he is still ahead of golfers like Bubba, and Bryson, and John Rahm.
And Tiger.
He's definitely ahead of Tiger. He's
Tiger?
ahead of Patrick.
Tiger Bubbs.
I can't lay.
That's what we used to call Nick.
So
You
the
guys
old
are
man
freaks.
is finally fallen.
Doug?
No,
Fred.
no, not that. Not that.
That
Jeez,
old
what are
man.
you talking about here? Come
when
on,
you say
man.
old man, I just think, Doug.
There you go. There's your Masters
Tight.
update. Very tight. God, listen to those birds. They're so beautiful. They're nestled in the trees.
I don't want to know what these birds are doing.
Well, these are birds that Greg Norman had brought in along with his horse.
Is that why he choked? Oh.
Do we still have the Greg Norman
It's
horse?
there. Stibbs was Wacky Guess Wednesday on McMaster's show, I think last month maybe, and they went and found it.
No, you need to
Just search horse.
horse sex.
Yep, there. Yeah.
I thought it was on the wall somewhere.
Yeah, but, Nick doesn't venture outside
Yeah.
of his face. Good stuff. Very good stuff right there, friends.
All right, coming up, just some little odds and ends, including we're going to do another Insta poll.
Yes, let's do it.
Insta poll coming up, and the computers aren't big on Big Red
Oh, no.
on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. I mean, it can be crunchy if you deep fry it. Welcome back to the Grum. You can get an outdoor upgrade, a backyard oasis with Robert's Nursery, Landscape and Lawn. It's a $10,000 backyard makeover. You could get a new outdoor kitchen or new water features, fireplaces, fire pits, retaining walls, landscaping, and more. Go to 1620thezone.com and register for your chance to win a $10,000 outdoor upgrade from Robert's Nursery, Landscape and Lawn. He can't get enough of us. He can't quit us.
Well, you technically removed one of his appearances.
I did not remove one of his appearances.
Yeah.
This is the make good.
Oh, okay.
It's Michael Severe, everyone.
Michael!
You did remove it. Then then not only did you remove it, then you had your lackey send me a text about maybe doing the show on Friday, and then he undercuts me and tells me he doesn't need me.
Oh!
So just playing a game.
Now who's the usurper?
I know.
Now
I
who's
felt
the cutter?
horrible. I got a text this morning that said we don't need Michael, and so I had to send the bad news to Michael.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael.
I'm such a big fan of The Fifth Element. So I'm the old guy. I'm not as old as old man Doug, but I'm old. And I saw, Davey Lopes died. And I think, there's a lot of kids out there, and that probably still watch baseball. I don't know why, but they do. And it's so hard for them to understand the importance in the 70s of those teams that had the same players for so long. That infield of 8.5 years with Garvey and Say and Russell and Lopes, and the Reds had the same lineup, and for a long time the A's for about 4 years. I just thought back about the nostalgia of what Davey Lopes meant, and he was a person of color, and my mom was a huge fan of the Dodgers, like most black people were back then, because of what happened
with Jackie,
in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, not just Jackie, but Newcomb and Campy and all those guys. They loved them all.
Yeah.
And Davey comes along, and I remember we would go out and we would play baseball, and you always impersonate somebody. And I loved Rod Carew was my batting stance when I was a little kid, but Davey Lopes at second base was who we all thought we were. It really didn't matter. I guess there was some Ernie Banks people out there too, but really Davey Lopes was the person for us that we all kind of identified with as a little kid, and just seeing him pass today, I just a little sad, a little nostalgia, thinking back on those Dodger teams. And I wasn't a Dodger fan, my mom was, but still, they were just so cool. They were the same guys every year.
It was
taking that infield.
It was, and that's kind of a bygone era now, where you have the same core of guys. I thought there for a while the Cubs would have that with that core of guys from 10 years ago, and obviously that dissipated, pretty fast. But and Davey Lopes, even late in his career, the 85 Cubs were beset with injuries. They were just decimated. But Davey Lopes ended up playing a lot that year, and at 39 years old was still out there stealing bases. And he always had that swing about him where he kind of wiggled the bat, and his butt would wiggle a little bit, and he kind of stood straight up. I was a big fan of Davey Lopes.
So I had like some guy like Tony Perez, huge fan of Tony Perez. Just loved the way he played. Dave Concepcion, big fan of his, loved the way he played. Dave Parker, another guy from that group, the Cobra, who just was a guy that we all impersonated because of his stance. I didn't back him this side of the plate, but still, just those guys were just. Now I don't know. Like I told you, we had the auction. We had the most tenured Cub, who I apparently just passed like some sort of home run record for you guys, and nobody even bid on his jersey.
Yeah, it was weird.
Jersey, nobody even bid on it. It's like I've been telling you, baseball's dead for a long time.
Oh, stop it! Stop it! It is not dead. It's back. People are watching and listen to you reminiscing. We're gonna bring you back eventually. Put it on the put it on the list. Michael Severe's coming back to baseball. It's gonna happen.
I am. So I am working on a new project. So
I'm trying
to figure out a way to mute in real time. So you can mute on text, and you can mute on Twitter or X. But I want to be able to mute. Like I'm listening to a radio show, and they say the word baseball, and it like principally goes back a half a second and mutes the word, so I don't hear it even. So I'm trying to work on that and see if I can get that done.
Michael, if you're able to figure that out, you will be the richest man in the world. This is a technology that many people
we're
would
trying to
want
cure
use.
cancer here, and Michael's coming up with these crazy ideas.
Hey, I'd love for them to cure cancer, and I'd love for them to cure especially all the pediatric cancer in Omaha and in Nebraska is out of hand. But I would like to also be able to mute all the things I don't want to hear in life. If we could do that too, I would really appreciate the scientists working on curing that as they're working on the cancer stuff too.
Yeah,
that'd make me happy. Yeah. So especially baseball, if we could just eliminate.
Yeah, after he calls to talk about baseball. Unbelievable.
Well, I'm talking about the old days. That's just it. It's not the same. Nothing's the same. I wouldn't have no idea.
I mean, football's not the same. Basketball's not the same. Nothing's the same.
No, football is close. I mean, obviously what's happening with the defense, but football is close. It's just we can see it better now. We couldn't see it before. The TVs were so bad, we had no idea what was happening. And all of a sudden, we got AC. We're like, oh.
Oh, trust me, we knew. We knew.
We could never see what was happening, man. If you go back onto YouTube, kids, and pull up that wonderful game of the century in 1971, and try to figure out what's happening in parts of that game.
You are blind as a bat. You are blind as a bat. I can tell what's happening.
I had to go back and count. I went back and counted all those tackles by Rich Glover. I told you I did that.
Yep.
And there was parts of it that's so bad. You're like, is that Rich Glover there? Is that Rich Glover? You couldn't even see, man. On the computer, it was so bad. So yeah. So now we can actually see what's happening. That's why football is so much better than baseball and any other sport on the planet.
All right.
Right, Josh? Right.
I love football.
I love football. Football's awesome.
5 months, Michael. It'll be here before we know it.
Man, I can't believe you canceled Michael tomorrow. Unbelievable.
Don't you stop it.
Goodbye, Michael.
Bye, Michael.
Bye, guys.
There he is, Michael Severe.
It is wild that the man who doesn't acknowledge baseball's existence wanted to
calls out of the blue. He wants to talk specifically about baseball.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the.
I'm telling you, he's
equivalent
coming
for
back
me
to
would
us.
be.
He's coming back to us.
You think so?
He is. He's going to be like that little girl in Poltergeist. Going to come back. Don't walk into the light. No, walk into the light. I was thinking about that though when it comes to like high definition and and sports. I still think the sport that it benefits the most is this one right here, golf.
Yeah, because you can see the undulation.
Yeah, I mean, you can really understand. Now, some of it too is, they dedicate more cameras and everything to it.
Better angles now.
Coverage. But you go back and watch, like that iconic shot of Jack Nicklaus making the putt on 17 40 years ago, was for its time, that did show, the undulation of the green as well as it could in 1986. But how it would look today. And then, of course, the ability for them to zoom in on the ball and you can see it rolling and and of course, a tournament like this that's played in, absolutely pristine, beautiful conditions.
Yeah. Unless you end up in the sand.
I really think, and here's another thing, ESPN, while you're listening.
What they do this time?
Notice anything?
Jason Kelsey, get him off our TV. Good call, John. I agree.
Notice anything on that screen that's missing? Notice anything that's missing?
Tiger Woods. He's not on the scoreboard.
No. Anything else that's missing?
Would it be the lack of graphics except for the scorecard?
Yes.
Yeah, get rid of those graphics.
ESPN, take a note from your own playbook. When you're doing
the Masters playbook, they don't allow it.
Fine, but take a page from it. And when you're covering other sports, take that stupid ticker off.
We all have phones.
We all have phones. We all know what's going to happen. Everyone's downloaded your stupid app anyway. We do not need to see can you imagine how triggered people would be? Because golf people get triggered very easily.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
If ESPN stuck the bottom line on this.
It'd be really annoying.
But we just accept it in every other sport. No, get that crap out of here. Just give me the score bug and whatever other pertinent graphics to the game that you need to flash up on the screen, but take that stupid ticker off the screen. It's so annoying. I'm not watching damn CNBC.
Wow. If John hates tickers on the screen, he must hate 60 Minutes. The show, because they have that clock. Stopwatch on.
Wow, you didn't even allow that joke to land. You immediately went into self-defense. No, I'll explain the joke. It's funny. Let me explain the joke.
Yeah.
while we're
I agree with you, John.
Yeah, while we're completely off the subject.
Good joke, Nick.
A few weeks ago,
yeah,
we shared a video here on the program of a new tactic that police have to stop the runaway cars. You know, the police chases. Yeah. You remember the gimmick where it's like a big old net that shoots out from the front of the car and it grabs the car's tires. Well, the LAPD put it into use yesterday.
Yeah.
It didn't go so well.
Oh, the LAPD making a mistake? That has never happened before. I am very surprised by this. They're usually super upstanding and perfect in every way.
Here's what happened yesterday.
Trying to grapple a vehicle traveling, in excess of a safe speed. Now, what the guidelines are by the manufacturer and all of those things. Again, I just don't know what the protocol is for the grappler. There are different technologies out on the market. Different law enforcement agencies now slowly getting their hands on this
house. Oh my gosh!
Maybe it's a police house. Maybe the house is a cop.
Well,
I
had it coming. I guess.
I didn't think it was.
Sicilian, was it a white Ford Bronco? It was a white.
It was a white car. It was not a Ford Bronco.
It was a white car. Actually, I might have been gone the day that you talked about that. I don't remember.
Oh, do you don't remember that?
No, was that?
Yeah, it's
me, Austin.
So it's this gimmick. It's like it looks like it's a
bad thing.
No, it's a good thing. It stops the bad guys. It did stop the bad guys.
Or anybody with a car. They just have the power to do that now.
Well, they're not using it on innocent people.
Jan says, did that driver survive?
Drive
to survive.
I don't think the driver survived.
Formula 1. Oh.
Really? That's murder. Why did we just show that on TV?
Hey, at worst,
they just murdered a
Josh,
guy.
It's manslaughter.
That's still death. Wow, you say I'm pro-death, John, and then you're putting a guy who dies on our screen?
Or girl.
That's true.
Or they.
It could be anybody. They killed the person? Yikes.
Police
My
tried
joke
out to
about the LAPD was very correct from 2 minutes ago.
True.
Good God.
Well, maybe this
good Lord.
This person probably did something bad. That's why you're being chased.
Yeah, but you don't deserve to get murdered, John. That's not how justice works. You deserve your day in court. Not an accidental death.
If you don't put your updated tags on your car,
then
this is what could happen.
Run into a house and die. Wait, you're someone dying?
No, I'm.
Do you know what they did?
I don't know what they did.
We need to find out, because if it's just the tiniest of crime, I would love for you to have to walk this back even more. LSD Will says it worked fine. No, it did not, Will. The person died.
It worked. I wouldn't put the word fine there.
Sicilian says maybe it was a self-driving robot car.
Oh,
what
the
are those
robot
called?
died.
Waymo.
Waymo.
Waymo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought those were smaller. I thought Waymos were smaller.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how big your Waymo is.
Tough. Very tough.
I'm trying to find out real quick. I don't see it.
Katie, legitimately least surprising thing that John's like, oh, they should have just complied. I didn't realize John thought people should be murdered if they don't pull
I didn't say they should be.
You said he deserved it.
I said it's possible.
That they deserved it?
Why is he running away from the police?
I don't know, John, but again, they still don't deserve
well, it's
to
not like
die
they
that.
weren't trying to kill him. They were trying to stop the car,
Well,
and the gimmick didn't work.
Yeah.
In this case, it was a bad gimmick.
We now know to never use that weird, dumb car thing. Wow. Incredible.
Josh here for letting criminals run free.
No.
Well, they were driving.
Just
drive free. Drive free or die.
Just get them eventually. Don't use this weird thing that's
Just
going to cause them to
eventually
drive off the road and crash into a house. He got Dale Earnhardted.
Jeez.
He did.
The
I guess
cop was
this car
Elliot
did turn
Sadler.
left. It was right the other way.
Oh, so you can make jokes about that, but not about the criminal.
Brian says he did not die.
Oh, there you go.
You said he
Good.
died.
Well,
Man.
Shout out
You know
to
what?
cars for not killing people.
You know what?
Safe cars.
I don't care.
Michael, spoiler alert for later.
Yes.
Michael says, might have to loan John your 1930s Germany book, although John may have written it.
Oh, wow.
The next chapter of
Unbelievable.
it is literally titled
Pro-crime over here.
We have
1930.
We have chocolate Hitler and ginger Hitler.
Uh-huh. Oh, don't want that. Don't want that at all.
How much angrier would he have been if he couldn't go out into the sunlight?
Probably very.
Wow.
Could you imagine that if
Probably.
Mr. H?
You're defending Ginger Hitler?
Uh,
Yikes.
We
It's a
need
tough
to,
segment for John.
It's a tough segment for me.
Yeah.
This guy was a criminal.
He deserved to die. I don't care what he did. He shouldn't have been driving.
Ginger Hitler.
Ginger Hitler. You're being racist against him. All right, let's try to get back on track in our next segment.
Yeah.
You had lots of stuff to talk about. Then Michael surprised us with baseball.
He
And now
did.
you're pro-murder. Look what happens when Michael talks
Actually,
about
you know
baseball.
what? The suspect did die because he killed himself.
Okay, well, that's...
My God.
Yeah, the story's getting worse all
Lord.
the time.
Let's eject.
I'm trying to find out what he did.
All right.
He killed himself.
I might be leaning more on John's side now.
Why he was being chased.
You're pro. Wait, what are you pro?
I
here,
mean,
Dave?
if you're running away from the cops and then you kill yourself, you probably didn't do a good thing.
I mean, yeah, again, but you deserve your day in court.
I'm
That
not
is
saying
how
you deserve to
the
die.
American justice system works is whatever you do, you still deserve your opportunity.
I'm just saying I'm on John's side where I think he might have been a criminal.
I didn't realize I was working with a couple of dudes who were like, he robbed a store of a Hershey's candy bar, put a cap in his ass.
I mean, are you going to shoot yourself if you just robbed a candy store?
Look, was I watching a TV show the other night
He
where someone
he
got
did
arrested?
steal the car.
And I thought, yeah, that you do not deserve to die for stealing a car.
No, I'm not saying he deserved to die.
Neither did I. You're the one that took him there.
I mean, you just said John did the Happy Gilmore. He shouldn't have been standing there.
Well, he could have stopped.
Wow.
The gimmick obviously didn't work.
The gimmick did not work.
Bad gimmick.
As they all are.
Or was it a good gimmick?
As
We don't
they
know.
all are.
Are you ready for an Insta poll?
Yes.
How
Are we
many
putting it on now
options?
or after?
How many options can you give me in the Insta poll? Can you give me 5 options?
No, only.
It won't do 5.
It's just like Twitter, only 4.
Oh, well, that's bad.
Yeah,
because I got 5
You
options.
gonna shoot the poll too? Kill the poll?
Why don't we do 2 Insta polls, one with 2 and then one with 3? Can we do that at the same time?
I don't believe so.
The new City Connect jerseys came out.
Yeah.
For 8 different teams.
Yeah.
Baltimore's has a giant B more on the front.
It's pretty bad.
People in that area even call Baltimore B-more.
I know, but it's still bad.
With black sleeves.
I watched The Wire, Nick.
Honestly, I kind of like it.
It's called BMO.
I like it.
In the Baltimore end zone, there's like the Mo or the B.
The Royals have something that is.
I actually don't hate that.
I'm fine with this one too.
I don't know what
It's
this
still like the
is, but
waterfall.
I'm 2 for 2 now.
kind of.
It's just the fountain.
But if you notice that the hat is like a many toned, it's a purple at the top and then it kind of fades into a
two-tone.
blue.
It's cool. I like the gradient.
But the R in Royals, I don't know what this design is called. It's got a little crown on it. It's got a big R on the chest.
Almost looks stencil.
Yeah, kind of stencil.
Okay.
The Reds are very red.
Very.
From head to toe.
It looks like pajamas, some would say, John.
It does. With the C kind of looks a little bit like this R does, where it's like stenciled.
Mm-hmm.
The Braves.
I don't hate this one.
This is
it looks like Easter Sunday.
It actually looks like their jerseys from the 70s with the Atlanta in script across the chest, but it's baby blue.
I like it.
And the Pirates went with all black, and it's got very
gothy Nick.
Very gothy.
Just a little gothy.
Yeah.
Very, very gothy and very, very black.
Yeah.
With a pirate hat. With a head with the pirate head on the hat.
Yeah, not like a tri-corner pirate, like
Right.
Jack Sparrow pirate hat.
That would be awesome if that's what they wore.
So
what's the question?
Well, the question was going to be, which one do you like out of these 5?
Oh, okay. So we'd have to. Well, then yeah, we can't do that.
We can't do that.
All right.
Here, I
great.
thought we could do. I checked it earlier. I thought I could do 5. I guess I won't do 5.
No.
The Braves one is easily the best. It's not even. I mean, the rest of these are trash. The Royals one is.
Well, then what if we remove the Braves from the option and do which do you like the most? The Reds, I was gonna say the Ravens, the Reds, the Orioles, the Royals, or the Pirates.
I guess I don't understand what everybody has against the Orioles. I think it's a sharp looking.
The letters
uniform.
are too big.
The letters are huge and the number is goofy. Look at the 5. The 5 looks like an upside down 2.
Yeah, it's not because it says "be more" on it, because I know that's what they call it. It's because it's ugly.
But it's got the bird.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Calling the bird ugly?
That bird.
Why are you calling the bird ugly?
That's why. Yay, hail to the City Connect.
So we're not doing the Insta poll?
Well, we can because there's no.
Why didn't you ask if we could do 5?
Because I thought we could do 5.
Did you test it?
I just looked to see if we could do multiple options, and I
Oh.
saw that you could. I just assumed it would go more than 5.
No.
Because people can type in any number on their
That's
little
true.
deal.
In theory, it should work.
Well, I guess we learned about that gimmick.
Mm.
That gimmick almost
No.
almost as bad as the cop catching or the car
Terrible,
catching gimmick.
horrible gimmick, as they all are. Gimmick, bad, famously. Bit, good.
You're a gimmick.
Am I? Is my whole life a gimmick?
I think so.
Mm.
All right, still
More
to
gimmick
come.
than man.
Still to come. Why do the computers hate us so much?
Awesome.
And I did see a comment about Mr. Calandria that I wanted to address as well.
Perfect.
As we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I don't care.
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 I don't care. If golf fans are turned off by Jason Kelsey, this is the most overblown garbage. It was a par 3 exhibition. You had little kids out there hitting putts. You had families being caddies. You had all these goofy little trick shots. The whole thing was a clown show. Why not have a clown go out there dressed as a caddy? But yet everyone's, ESPN's ruined the coverage of this tournament. It's a stupid exhibition. This isn't the actual tournament.
Now, this means that you're okay with this stupid Stephen A. Smith garbage they do in the NBA playoffs. This is exactly like that. Turning one of their...
Stephen A. Smith covers the sport.
Yeah, but remember that time that they had him walking into the arena with his bag like he was a player? Oh, it's Stephen A. Smith. He's here to host the show. Same type of crap. Get Kelsey out of there. He is so annoying.
I don't care.
No, it's because
I don't care.
everybody who is smart is recognizing that he's on TV way too much, and they're leaning into him way too much. It is tired. His shtick is tired.
You probably should stop at his shtick.
I mean, he's on the
If you're tired of
halftime
Stephen
show.
A. Smith, shouldn't watch ESPN.
That's what I always say to you, and you still yell about Desmond all the time.
Well, he's only on one show.
He's on multiple shows.
He's basically only on one show. He's still an idiot, but I just don't care.
I don't care for ESPN's use of Jason Kelsey. I don't care about
Actually, you do, because you don't want him on
That's true.
anymore.
I don't care about the Kelseys. I'm so annoyed by the Kelseys. They're going to be in our lives for the rest of time. They're young.
Well.
They're both in their 30s.
Yep.
They're going to be on our televisions and on our screens until I die.
They're going to be married to what's her name?
I don't care.
Is that still on? I feel like I haven't heard anything about that.
Oh, really? Maybe it was kayfabe after all.
It is still on, Nick. Good job by you allowing John to make that joke. Good job by you. I don't care about the Kelseys. They suck. Actually, I do care. I care. Go away, Kelseys. You annoy me. God, they're so tiring. Nick?
I care.
What
Also,
F1 thing do you care about this time?
Not F1, golf related.
What?
The Masters being on reminded me. So sometimes I like to play video games.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I like to play golf video games. It's relaxing to me. It's fun.
Just say what you care about.
The 2K golf video games have a career mode that only works if you're connected online. And then after a few years, they axe it, which means you spend full price for this game unless you get it on sale. And then a couple years later,
You steal from a friend and get run over by a cop and die.
they kill the servers. And then the only thing you can do is go on there and play a few courses as a few golfers. And then they're like, there you go. I care that they're doing that. I care that there are core modes in a video game that I pay money for that just get... And it's a career mode. It's an offline...
Buy a new hard drive.
But it's not... That's
No,
not,
not you. Them.
Oh.
They're just deleting space. Buy a new hard drive.
They do it specifically so you buy the next new game, right? It's like, oh, you can't continue your career mode anymore. Looks like you have to buy the new one.
If I got Call of Duty, what was it called? The first Call of Duty 4, the war or whatever, Modern Warfare, and I tried to go online, is it gone now?
Yeah, those servers are probably dead. There might be
Sad.
servers on
I
PC.
loved Modern Warfare.
But they also remade it not that long ago, so you could just do that.
But
one.
I don't have a PS whatever. I have a PS3, Nick. I'm 100.
I'd like to add another I don't care.
You don't care about video games?
About this whole conversation.
Doesn't that make you mad, though? It's like a feature of a game. It's a career mode in a game. That's always
no, but it doesn't, the
offline.
idea of it, it's like how HBO Max just deletes shows that they own off of the servers. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Right. That's how they get you to...
They got to get you to what?
Or like if you buy a car and then a few years later, they're like, all right, we're going to take your seats
Yeah,
now.
imagine that if you were like, you're not allowed to roll down windows anymore. But that's the equivalent of
They're
it for a
taking
video
away
game.
features.
You don't have to say you. Why don't you?
It's an online feature.
But it shouldn't be. It's a single player mode. You don't play against other people in the career mode. You're playing with yourself and against the robots.
You're playing with yourself?
Yes.
Do you think it's cool that HBO just deletes shows that they own off of their servers?
Well, maybe they don't have the room. Maybe they need to make room for
Good
other
Lord.
things.
They don't need to make room for other things. They can add.
What do you mean? They add new
they
stuff?
Can add a hard drive. They'll be fine. Nick's precious Westworld is gone. Isn't it gone?
That's
I
benefit
bought the
for all
first.
mankind.
I actually bought the first 2 seasons,
I know.
so I
we
can
ta-
watch it
we-
whenever.
We talked about it. Yeah. Shane writes, buy the new one, Nick. You can probably find it for like $20.
It's actually on sale right now. I just haven't bought it.
You know
yet.
who didn't have that problem? Scott Frost, because he had the damn machine right there in his office.
That's true.
It would be cool to have your own golden tea machine.
It would.
Joe in Vegas, we're talking about golf and video game. Who cares? No, it's I don't care,
Yeah.
Joe.
You got the segment wrong.
I
Joe.
don't care.
You'll get there.
I think Nick also got the segment wrong because he did care.
He did care very much.
Well, we do. I care sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes I do care about things.
You're going to care to hear about what a
Is this
friend
the
of
robots?
the Grum said about Nebraska's new quarterback and
Uh-oh.
the robots maybe aren't that enamored with Nebraska.
Wow. Interesting. They're following my lead.
We also got to update you on the latest from the Masters.
Owen writes, I wish I had the Scott Frost margarita machine in my room.
Oh, the Scott
Nice.
Frost edition Margaritaville.
I smell a Canva.
It would be fun.
That would be fun.
It works, kinda.
Mm.
On the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Instapoll.
It's up, baby.
Well, someone requested we get one up there, so we did. How
Yes.
many interceptions will Anthony Calandria throw? Your options are 0 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, or 15 plus.
Go post the number 1, 2, 3, or 4, and your vote can be heard.
Yeah, you just type in the number that you want in the YouTube comment section, and it registers your vote.
Yep. I voted for option 3, 11 to 15.
Well, on that note, in his mailbag this week, Stuart Mandel,
Mm-hmm.
we can call him Stu because he's a friend of the Grum from The Athletic.
Yep.
Was asked about quarterbacks transferring up from group of 5 schools, or now I guess we're calling it the group of 6.
Group of 6, Pac-12's back, baby.
Up to a Power 4 school. Who will be a success story? Who should have stayed at their original school? He mentions Drew Mestamaker,
who's going to Oklahoma
who's now
State
had a second reference on this show. A second Mestamaker is at the program as he makes the move up from North Texas to Oklahoma State. That's his first choice for who's moving up. But on the who might have been better off staying where they were, I will read from Stu.
Uh-oh.
On the flip side, I'm skeptical of Anthony Calandria at Nebraska. He had a big season at UNLV last year, throwing for 3,459 yards and 23 TDs, while running for 649 and 10 TDs. But we saw him for 2 seasons at Virginia before that, where he was more like a scary roller coaster. He's thrown 29 interceptions in 3 seasons, including a 3-game stretch in 2024, where he threw 7 picks and 1 TD.
Yikes.
So
go vote now. 0 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, or 15 plus.
1, 2, 3, or 4. Put it in the chat.
Mm-hmm. I talk about it all the time. I think that he's going to be a very boom or bust player. I think he's going to make throws. I think he's going to make plays that people say, thank God Dylan is gone. Get that loser out of here. And then other times it's going to be like, that was a bad throw.
And by the way, we're just quoting interceptions. We're not quoting
That's not fumbles. Correct. That's not fumbles.
That's not fumbles.
Because he'll have those as well.
How? What about ordered T-shirts? What do we think his stats there are?
That's a good question. Well, hopefully not any, because he gets them for free now. You get shirts for free.
Adam McClintock is the college football professor at CFB_professor on Twitter. He's worked with our good buddy Dave Bartu.
Yep.
He puts out a lot of different stuff. He is he's going through his graphs and his charts. Now that we have a pretty good idea of who's on whose roster.
Yep.
And
barring any ghost transfers, rosters are set now.
He put out this chart this morning on his Twitter.
Can we poll? Yep.
Let's move the Insta.
See you later, poll.
Bye, poll.
This is Nebraska's projected record probability. So this is every possible record on the spectrum and the percentage chance based on his simulations of Nebraska achieving those records.
Eesh.
The most likely at 27.5% probability is a 6-6 record.
No, that's 25.5%.
That's what did I say?
You said 27.
25.5% chance at 6-6. The next most likely record is 5-7 at 22.4% probability.
The next most likely.
The next most likely record is 4-8 with a 15.2% probability, followed by 7-5 at 14.2% probability. But I added up all of the losing records from 5-7 on down.
Basically, you did a reverse positive index.
The total, according to Adam McClintock's computer, 51.56% chance of a losing record. That's not counting the 6-6 people. That's 5-7 or worse. Is currently, according to his numbers.
That's like phase 1. This is darn near identical to phase 1,
yes,
is it not?
Yes, it is actually. You're
Wow.
very, very correct on that.
Wow.
Very correct on that. By the way, The chance of a 3-9 is almost double the chance of an 8-4. 9, or we'll round it up, 10% to 5.9% chance of an 8-4.
Wow. Wow.
That's what the computer says.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course,
Wowzers.
games aren't played on computers, but
They are not.
you can see why.
I play games
you
on
can see
computers.
why, though, why Vegas originally had the win total where it was.
At 5.5. Yeah. Chances. I think the most glaring thing is that 3-9 is more likely than 8-4.
Yeah.
It is. And
It's 10% to 5.9%.
Yeah, it's almost double.
So it does make a little sense
Mm-hmm.
why those betting lines were where they were.
You know,
Again, this is not to say that's where they're going to finish or where I think they're going to finish, but I do understand where some of this is coming from.
Yeah, I'd love to have Adam on at some point in the offseason.
I agree.
We usually have him on, once per offseason, but that's quite interesting. Quite interesting. And I wonder, because we are still so early on in the preseason right now. I wouldn't even recall this the preseason. It's the pre-preseason.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder when stuff starts getting kind of locked in. You mentioned the win total. It opened up at 5.5. It moved to 6.5. That's where it sits right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think of SP Plus when Bill starts, plugging all of his data in. What does that number look like? Where is the money going in terms of win totals? And where are the other computer prognosticators? Where do they have Nebraska by the time that we get, into July and August? Where does Phil Steele have them? Will there be a consensus? Because I would say this is easily the most negative consensus that I can ever recall seeing. Adam has been more bullish in the past to the point where I was kind of scratching my head like, what am I missing?
Sure.
Obviously not so much here. This is the first time that I can remember seeing a computer prediction that had Nebraska this bad this early in the offseason. So I wonder what it looks like the closer we get to the year.
Really good question.
Mm-hmm.
And how much, happy talk's going to happen between now and then that's going to swing the number upward. I mean, I still believe that in our polling, it will continue to tick up.
Yeah, it usually
it usually does.
Yeah.
Because, and it's not a Nebraska thing. It's just fans in general. Fans are generally more optimistic the closer you get to the season because, you're just waiting for it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to talk yourself into, man, I've been waiting all year for this to start and now it's going to suck.
Mm-hmm. That's not.
You'd like to at least wait until something bad happens before you actually start thinking that.
Like Bowling Green.
Lost to Bowling Green.
Sorry, I didn't mean to beat you the joke, Nick. Sorry.
They're not going to lose to Bowling Green.
But how funny would it be if they did?
It would be horrible for the hosts of Big Red Overreaction, Nick.
Perhaps Nebraska's
John and Matt
season
McMaster.
with that nice, long, smooth runway
Smooth as eggs. Which long runway?
will be reminiscent
Not like Demi Moore in that movie.
of today's round in the Masters by Fred Couples. It's time for a Masters update. Perhaps in a simile to Nebraska's season, Fred Couples was 2 under par going to the back 9. And then the 11th hole happened. He finished his round at 6 over par. So we went basically 8 over on the back 9.
Yikes. That's a bummer.
The leaders are still Mr. Burns, Montgomery Burns, and Rory at 5 under. Nobody is making a move on these guys. You still have 5 golfers tied at 3 under par, including Patrick Reed and Justin Rose. There's old Scott Scheffler at 2 under par. Let's see. Jordan Spieth. Remember when Jordan Spieth was the bee's knees?
He won the first 2 majors of the year back, I think, in 2015.
He is a 1 under. So he's hanging in there. He's doing all right.
Mr. Hang.
The surprising bad golfers today.
Yeah.
DeChambeau finished his round at 4 over par. And John Rahm is still out there. He's on 14 or he's on 15 at 6 over. They are going to have some wood to chop to make the cut. And these were guys that were at the top of the favorites list. But remember what we said yesterday? That we had the 3 golfers, right? That met the criteria, the 8 different criteria.
Yes. Yeah.
And Rory was one. Rahm was one.
Yep.
And
There was one other guy.
the young man who won
Fitzpatrick?
the U.S. Open.
Was it Fitzpatrick?
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Where is old Fitzpatrick? Oh, he is 2 over.
Ugh. So much for that math, John.
Well, but Rory's in the lead. So there you go.
Good job on that math. So much for that math, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could end up being the first golfer since Spieth to be the defending champion and lead after the first round the following year.
Wow.
Going back to 2016.
That is brazy.
Because it doesn't look like anyone's going to make a move on these guys.
Nope.
The leaderboard's been pretty stagnant.
Mm.
When we come back, it's time for the happy hour. And how stupid is Wisconsin?
Oh,
they're very stupid.
Oh.
Coming up on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
The happy hour is on the air.
It is the happy hour.
And it is on the air.
I'm happy to be here with my boys. It's still raining.
It's very wet out there. Very, very wet.
I didn't get a walk-in with the dog this morning because I thought I could tonight, but I won't be able to.
You're going to get home and he's going to be like, Father.
I know. I'm sorry, Banks.
Why have you forsaken me?
I'm sorry, Banks.
Get used to it. We're going to see a little bit more of it
Not
this
tomorrow,
weekend.
though. Baseball is on. We'll be at the ballpark tomorrow from 2 to 6 right here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
That is true. We will.
We got Kent
But Saturday
on
and
tomorrow.
Sunday. Saturday and Sunday are looking.
But it's like raining in the morning or raining in the evening. It's not raining all day.
Raining in the morning.
John guarantees it. He says
I
the
didn't say
rain is
anything.
done.
I didn't say anything.
Like for the season?
What if I said the rain is done?
I think
Would
you'd
you
get,
be mad?
I think you'd get a lot of our good people who work the fields out in central Nebraska will find their way out here and take you out.
No, they
Yeah,
would probably
Josh.
be happy because I'm usually wrong about it.
We really needed the rain.
That's why we're getting it. This is great, right? Like we're
Of course.
have we caught back up? Are we getting too much
we
rain
haven't caught
now?
back up.
Are people saying we need less rain?
We haven't,
So
we
you
haven't
want to
caught back up
exterminate the
yet.
rain?
What? No. What's the reverse of a drought?
Flood?
The flood.
Don't want one of those. Those are bad.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Is this Wisconsin?
The Michigan UConn game?
Michigan was found cheating and then they gave it to UConn?
No.
Were they
He's
sign
Tomer,
stealing?
Nick.
But Michigan UConn drew 18.3 million viewers, the best NCAA basketball championship since 2019.
How many pencils did that take?
And the overall tournament viewership was up
They drew
7%
the
from
viewers.
last year. Notice how I just blowed through that. You just got to
Yeah.
blow through
You
it.
just got to go
Yeah.
through.
And it was on cable too.
Yes.
That's impressive.
The-
Impressive.
Now
That's
it
the
was
guy
on.
Batman
It was
Begins
on 3 different cable channels, but yes, it was
I
on
mean,
cable.
but still, it's cable.
Yeah.
There's not as many people who have cable these days.
I've never had cable.
But
no-
18.3 million viewers.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
You had ESPN as a kid. You had cable.
No, that was satellite.
Oh my gosh.
All of this,
Impressive, John.
all of this, coming in a year where it could be the last time we see a tournament like this.
Like what?
Well, the 68 team tournament,
Oh god.
How many years?
because
was it,
now we're going to
68?
have 76.
It's been 68 since 2011. So it was 15 years because the COVID year didn't happen.
Mhm.
Before that, it was 65 since when did they go to 65?
I
Like
don't
01,
remember.
02-ish?
Yeah,
And then it went to 64 in 1985.
85.
So it's basically been at this number thereabouts for 40 years.
Mhm.
And now it's about to get stupid.
And now it's about to get stupid. And you know what?
Your sport.
They're
John.
going-
stupid.
they're-
College football would never.
The powers that be, are going to use these numbers as justification.
People want more.
See, they want this. They want to do this. It's not going to affect anything.
they
And
want more.
And the big boy conferences are going to use this as an example to say, well, see, people like their brands. They want to see more of our teams. They want to see a sub 500 team from the Big 12 and a
Please,
sub
please.
500 team for
I
the
want
ACC.
Auburn. I want Auburn in.
We
I
need
want
these.
Oregon.
We must have these in. We want 12 Big 10 teams.
Seriously, what type of teams are we even talking about?
Well, we're talking. I mean, look at the teams like West Virginia, Oklahoma, the teams that had winning records from the Crown.
God, look at
Those
some
would be
of
in
the-
there.
yeah, look-
Auburn would have been probably in.
Yeah, I'm looking at like the list of teams that just missed out on the tournament, and it's like a who's who of slop. We
Right.
don't need these teams.
But I guarantee you these numbers will be quoted to use as justification, saying, see, people like it. And listen, sports is in a great spot right now because it is
Love
the
sports.
one thing that is binge proof, DVR proof, whatever it is, you got to watch it live. And people watch it in bigger and bigger numbers all the time. Versus, I realize that, back when Magic and Bird played, they had, 30 million viewers. I get that the numbers aren't there,
3 channels.
but when you compare where live sports is today versus other network television, it's never been a bigger gap.
Yeah.
It's never been a bigger gap.
Pokey Skirt says, are these extra games just going to be the playing games, or will they change it to the round of 70, whatever? They will be the playing games. Now, here's why. I'm going to give you an honest to God opinion on why this is bad, beyond just that it's stupid.
How will this affect the crown?
That's not what I was going to say, but honestly, it's going to make the crown even worse.
Oh, sure.
It's going to make the NIT might eventually just say, no, we're fine.
Welcome back to the crown, Nebraska.
So one of the reasons that March Madness is like this cultural touchstone is the ease in which people who have not watched all year can join in.
Mm-hmm.
And why can they join in, John? Brackets. Brackets are fun. Brackets are easy. And when you fill it out, it is easy. Because what they have done in years past, the first 4 games, you're kind of picking whomever the winner is to do whatever they're going to do in the first
it's kind
round.
of a throwaway. It's almost
you get Texas and Clemson.
It's a free space.
It's
like a free space on a bingo card.
Exactly. When you up the number and you have 12 games, right? Isn't that what it's going to be
It's going
across?
to be 12 games.
12 total games. So 6 games on the Tuesday night, 6 games on the Wednesday night. I have to imagine that that's going to change the brackets up. And people might say that's silly. Who cares about the brackets? But again, that's
what brings a
reason.
lot of casuals in.
It brings a ton of casuals in. So I mean, for a variety of reasons, it's horrible. Jordan says, hey, Josh, what will be the more stupid men's basketball bit next year? The expanded tournament or playing 2 halves? It's always 2 halves, of course, but the expanded tournament's not going to be.
Yeah, because
I can't believe they're doing this.
I can't.
I know. Yeah, more money.
It's more money, and for the power conferences, it's more teams in. That's why it's being done.
Yeah,
you'll be lucky to get one additional group or mid-major.
Yeah.
You'll be lucky to get one more mid-major in with the added at-large spots. You'll be lucky.
Yep.
If 2 happens, it'll be like the college football playoff that got got James Madison and who was the other team last year in the playoff?
It was James Madison and Tulane.
Mm-hmm. That'll happen once every 20 years.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Of course, it'll be by the time we get to 20 years, it'll be a 96 team tournament.
Yeah. And here's something, and I know I've seen this said by many Nebraska fans. Thank God they picked up their first win before it expanded.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to have these dumb conversations about, will this count? Will this count? Will this count?
Yeah.
It's bad. I haven't seen anybody outside of Seth Davis like this.
Nope, they haven't.
It bothers me that there doesn't seem to be any pushback from the top.
Yeah,
from anybody.
They're all in on it.
It's a foregone conclusion. And a lot of this is, again, it is to placate the power conferences so that they don't take their ball and go home.
Correct.
Because that's the big threat right now, is the Big Ten, the SEC just saying, you know what? We can just take our brands and do our own thing. Because it is this event, literally this event, the men's basketball tournament, that funds the NCAA and keeps all of these schools together.
Then why don't they? Why don't they just, if they're going to keep threatening it, I get that's leverage, I guess, but if they can just do this and be sustainable, why don't they just go?
Because this is easier
Well,
than starting a new thing.
They are under a contract right now for this event for the next, I think it's still
It's like
around for about
2031 is when a lot of
like
stuff
4 or
could
5
change,
years.
because that's when
Exactly.
a lot of TV contracts end, and
Exactly.
we're getting close to the end of a lot of grant of rights.
Exactly.
So they will, but for now, this is easier.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay off anybody. You don't have to do any of those types of
I
things.
wish the NCAA had a spine.
Yeah, that's long gone.
Well, they don't, because remember, and I wish there was a way we could talk about them without calling it the NCAA, because it's really not the NCAA, it's the school.
And the schools are the NCAA.
The schools are the NCAA. We talk about the NCAA like it's this
separate thing.
This separate thing that rules over all. The schools are the NCAA. And it's these conferences that are constantly pushing and pulling and tugging at the seams of everything that has kept stuff together. I am of the opinion now that you're not going to be able to fix all of this without destroying it. I've kind of resigned myself to that fact.
You think we need to build back better?
I don't know.
What happens when it gets destroyed? Are you still in?
I mean, it's less like I can't tell you because I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I'd be less likely.
Do you step aside like the various coaches that we've seen leave the game over the last years? Are you going to pull a Jay Wright?
I mean, if it got
Connor Happer's
if it got to the extreme where it was the SEC Big Ten Super League, that would be that would probably push me away because I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I like the fact that everyone gets a chance, but you're not going to be able to, because right now the thing that's kind of holding up everything is the idea of the athletes getting paid and being able to collectively bargain.
They don't want them to be employees
because you can't really do all the things you want to do. You can't build the highway with the guardrails without having the land first. And they don't have that because you're not allowing, because the courts aren't going to allow you, the eminent domain, if you will, to get the land because the players have all the rights right now because the courts have basically ruled, hey, you try to pass anything that's limiting their freedom of movement or limiting what they can earn, we're not going to accept this. We're just not, because you've made missteps at every turn. And so really the only way to solve NIL, runaway NIL, or the runaway transfer portal, however it is you want to describe it, is through collective bargaining.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in the NFL, if Dak Prescott signs a contract for 5 years with the Dallas Cowboys, he's under contract for 5 years, and the only way he can leave is if he either retires or if the Cowboys trade him or cut him. But he's under contract.
He can't just go to the Chiefs tomorrow.
He can't just pick up the phone and call Brett Veach over at Kansas City and says, I want to join the Chiefs. To which Brett Veach would say, do you know who you have at quarterback right now? But anyway.
I want to be a back.
But you can't have those guardrails because collective bargaining does not exist. So how does collective bargaining exist? Well, it does if the schools relent to it. But it's not going to work under the current framework of having 300 plus, basketball schools, 138, because not everyone's going to be able to play by those rules.
Correct.
They're just not. And you're not going to be able to govern the money sports and the Olympic sports under the same umbrella, because that's the other dirty little thing that's in the way of all of this. It's that while it is true that the college men's basketball and football players have been make most of the money
for the institution,
it's those sports that allow all of the other Olympic sports to exist in the first place, because the athletic departments cannot be funded without that money generated by football and basketball. That's the dirty little secret. And so if you're going to try to collectively bargain with athletes, why in a world where track and field doesn't make any money, loses you money, why would you collectively bargain with that unit? You wouldn't.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense.
And so do you collectively bargain with the whole kit and caboodle? Do you collectively bargain within the sports? And then if you were to do that, in a way, the Big Ten and the SEC should be collectively bargaining in different ways than the MAC.
Precisely. Precisely.
And so, and that's why Baymont says, I cannot wrap my mind around why you would still not want to make them employees. What do they gain at this point? It's costing them more money than it probably would. Part of it is what we just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And I really do think a large portion of this too is they don't want to be the ones that did the final thing and let them into the castle, right? They don't want to open the gates. They just don't want to.
They don't want to open the gates, but by opening the gates, it opens the gates to all of these other issues that I just brought up. Again, it won't make any sense for 99% of the schools out there to really collectively bargain with their volleyball players because their volleyball players don't make them any money.
Yeah. Whereas in Nebraska, they do.
And so you've got that dynamic of how do you govern the money sports versus the Olympic sports under the same umbrella? You can't. Which is why I'm convinced at some point, if we do get to that, we're going to get the untethering. We're going to get the separation of the football programs and the basketball programs from the schools so they can operate more like a real business. And they're not having to deal with all of the other sports, because you know what's going to happen. Let's say tomorrow, snap your fingers, and the schools say, we're going to start collectively bargaining with the football players and the men's basketball players. Well, then you're going to get all the other sports saying, well, what about us? To which they're going to say,
you don't make money.
To which they're going to, and then that's going to end up, being meted out in litigation,
and
which is what they're trying to avoid.
And you know what else will happen too? And I think we've discussed this at times in the past. If you were just to start this project that is the NCAA today, but with the goal of making money, you would not have track and field. You would not have softball. In a variety of cases, at the very least. You would not have so much stuff.
No, you wouldn't.
Because, and I don't ask this question to be cold. I just ask it like as a thought exercise. What is the purpose of track and field in college? What is the purpose? It's not to make money. So is it prestige? Is it a feeder system, hopefully, to the Olympics, right? It is a way for athletes
for a lot of schools,
to get education. So,
sure.
and that's why I say I'm not asking it to be cold, because those are all great reasons.
Sure,
you're giving someone an opportunity to get a free education, and they run around like that's badass, But it's certainly not to make money. And these enterprises have gotten so large, at least in football and men's basketball in particular, and then women's hoops and some baseball programs, et cetera, et cetera. But if that's the game plan, then you wouldn't have a lot of the stuff that we have right now. And while I think a lot of the whole we'd have to cut the sport is like posturing, if the untethering happened, it becomes less posturing, in my opinion. And then more they would actually have to make tough decisions in those regards.
I mean, I'm more convinced than ever that if to fix this the way everyone says it needs to be fixed, it will blow up everything that the current model has. And how it would look after that, I have no idea.
Money Chris emails in Equitable Bank inbox. He says, if pros just signed one-year contracts, then they can also go wherever they want each year. And if that's all anybody is doing when they sign a one-year NIL, then they should be able to go to any other school they want to every single year. And honestly, I guess that is what's happening now. It's different than what it was, 10 years ago. But, like the Frager news, I saw some response on the internet today that was like, this is weird. Nebraska is announcing that he re-signed, but that's how it's done now. A school says they have re-signed with us. And what have they signed again? Is it an NIL? Well, not NIL. Is it rev share? What are we talking about here? That's how things work these days. And so, for a long time, you were always like scholarship contract.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wonder if we kind of have that now. They just don't ever call it that. And it's not,
well,
it's not for 2 years. It's
an NIL contract.
Yeah, it's always it's seemingly always a 1 year deal.
But there have been cases where people who have signed multi-year contracts then magically end up in the transfer portal.
Like what's his name from Tennessee who went out
exactly
to
because again, not many of them are binding.
Yeah.
They're just not really binding. Yeah. The only thing that's really binding them is, hey, we're in the middle of a sports season and we're going to play. But then you get folks who right in the middle of the season decide, I'm going to shut things down now. I'm going to shut things down now. And
Kenneth says,
those
feels
are
like
things you don't see in the pros.
5 years to play 5, 1 free transfer, free 5th-year grad transfer, free transfer after coaching change makes too much sense, which is why they'll never do it. Well, I think a lot of people
doesn't make sense. Yes, but again, that will immediately be challenged in court.
It sucks. I think that is something that is very tolerable. I think a lot of people would say sounds good to me.
Well,
but then the players would say, no, I want the opportunity to leave.
And that is partially what they're trying to do. The NCAA, under a concept that was reported this week by Ross Dellinger, athletes would have 5 full years of eligibility starting with their 19th birthday or high school graduation, whichever comes first. There won't be any more waivers, no red shirts. Exceptions will be permitted for those on maternity leave, military service, or religious missions. But other than that,
so that's interesting. The age part too is like they don't want 25-year-olds playing college football anymore, or college basketball anymore.
The Division I cabinet set to review the proposal. They're hoping maybe they could get it implemented as soon as this fall. But again, that's what they're looking to do. But there's a good chance it will be challenged.
It's such a great idea. And then others would say, no, I want more eligibility. I was at JUCO. I wasn't an FBS. I was at JUCO. I need an extra year. It's silly, because it's like, that's never how it's worked. Like, that's the part that I can't get over. It's never been this way.
No.
I watched Nebraska football. Levante David. What if he could have just gotten extra years? Now, he was going to go pro, so it didn't matter for a guy like him.
That's true.
But it's like, that's not what this is. This is not just so you can stay in college for 100 years. But look, I understand why they want it. I understand why Diego Pavia wants to play in college football. He's going to make way more money playing college football than he ever would.
Yeah, because he knows
he's not going to go pro.
Because he knows he's not going to be paid very highly in the pros if he even makes a roster.
Exactly. He'll get he'll have a chance, but he's not going to be a starting.
I mean, in a lot of ways now, because football doesn't have like the European system, and players playing in Israel, Middle East, Asia, like they do in basketball.
Correct.
There are a lot of guys who have had lengthy pro careers in foreign countries. That doesn't exist in football.
Football is such an American sport.
So those types of players who aren't good enough to be in the NFL, they don't have that. They don't have that way to extend their football career.
It's here in Canada
and make money.
UFL.
It's here in Canada. That's it.
And the UFL.
But it's a very small group. Yeah. And so a lot of these guys are seeing this opportunity and saying, man, I can make, because Diego Pavia could probably command $4 or $5 million next year.
Yeah. Oh gosh, if he came back for another year, he would be one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the country. That's why they're gonna fight eligibility at every turn and say, man, we need. Yeah,
these
I get
waivers.
it from their perspective. As annoying as it is, I understand why he wants to stay in college. I get it. It's not even the Matthew McConaughey. I get older and they stay the same age. He makes a lot of money.
He does.
He would make a ton of money, and he will have a lovely life living in Nashville and drinking for free forever, telling stories.
Yep.
But stories and free beer ain't worth $5 million, and he'd rather have the $5 million.
I don't know who hit that putt. It is literally hanging on the edge of the cup.
Is it Brooks?
It is Koepka. Wow.
Oh, that sucks.
And it didn't go in. And so he ends up parring the 15th instead of getting a birdie. Yep, there we go. Masters update. Still McIlroy and Burns. Look at that. Oh, it rolled right around the side and it just hung on the lip. Oh, unbelievable.
Triggered.
He's even par, by the way. The good news is he was not distracted in any way by these bird noises.
He's used to them. He's been at the Masters before. All right, we got to talk Wisconsin before we do content, right?
Yep.
This is one of the things John loves the most in this country.
No, I do not love it. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world.
Loathe it. My bad. I missed up the.
It is so stupid.
Love versus loathe.
Now we have some states where, they have made it so that NIL is not taxed.
Mm-hmm. Has it happened in Nebraska yet?
It hasn't, but I'm sure it will.
Yeah.
Why do you want that?
I'm just kidding.
Well, Wisconsin has taken stupid to a new level because they have passed a bill that will now transfer money to Wisconsin state institutions that will essentially pay for NIL. Wisconsin UW Athletics will receive $14.6 million in taxpayer funding for their athletic department. Now, technically, this money is supposed to be used for loan maintenance.
What's loan maintenance?
Well, to pay off loans.
Oh, that's a fun way to describe it. Just say to pay off loans.
No, but loan maintenance sounds cooler.
They had to put that language in there because enough people were like, wait a minute, we're just giving, the state's going to give up more taxpayer money to the university to pay athletes NIL. So they're now saying, well, it'll go to loan maintenance, which then thus frees up the money that would have been used by the school for the loan maintenance to pay more NIL. So it's essentially using taxpayer money to buy players.
It's money laundering.
That's like in Breaking Bad.
I just want to congratulate Wisconsin for fixing all of the problems in their state where they can now afford to do this. This is awesome.
What does it mean for Marquette?
Well, Marquette's a private school. They don't get anything.
What does it mean for Wisconsin, Milwaukee?
They will they and Wisconsin Green Bay will get $200,000 each.
Congrats on the 200 grand compared to 14
Here's
mil.
$5 to maintain your loan.
But
It's like a pizza party at work.
It's awesome that all of the that everyone's got the health care that they need, that the roads are all fixed, that they have all the police and fire protection that they could possibly need, that every single problem has been solved in Wisconsin, and they have all this extra money, taxpayer money to pay players to play football at Wisconsin.
Hokisker writes, I pay my taxes, so my football team still doesn't do crap. Yeah, imagine you're like, what the hell? I mean, at least you can complain as a citizen more. That sounds fun.
This feels like a scary domino.
It's a stupid domino that we've already seen start falling everywhere else. Oh, let's just make them tax-free. Let's just let them get their money without having to pay taxes on it. Genius. Absolutely genius.
If you're going to do that, make all income tax-free.
Yeah.
Because you're okay with that, right? You're okay with...
Well, sure.
Okay.
And there are some states like Texas that don't have a state income tax.
Florida and others.
And of course, they're using that as the excuse. Well, but those states don't do it. Yeah, but they do it for everybody, not just for 20-year-old basketball players or 20-year-old football players who just happen to be really good, or in the case of Wisconsin, really meh.
Yeah, they lost a high point. How good are they really?
Exactly.
They lost to Nebraska football the last time that they...
So if you want to go to a place that is absolutely perfect and they've got everything solved, go to Wisconsin because they apparently have done it.
They do have cheese. It's good cheese.
What on earth? By the way, Bill texted into the show, Nick. Prairie Flower Casinos on Hop.
Yeah.
60 minutes. How many pencils? Nick is killing the dad jokes today.
Thank you.
Because what was the thing that you mentioned earlier? And Nick said a pencil.
I blew right
through
through
they
it.
drew 18
I didn't even.
It's a lot of viewers to draw.
I didn't even. You see, you just got to blow through these things, Josh. You
would
just
be
got to
nice.
power forward, man.
Listen, I don't do it for you. I do it for the people like Bill. Thank you, Bill.
You do it for one person.
Yep.
We've got content coming up.
What do we have in content?
Well, speaking of money, got some Nebraska money. A little bit of NBA.
Yes.
Histoire.
Yeah.
Are we going to keep talking about this league that is clearly failing?
It has 2 months left in the season still, Nick. Lots to talk about.
Nick's Dolphins make an appearance.
Oh, cool. Can't we talk about a garbage franchise?
We don't know that yet.
And we've got a hockey question.
What? Hockey? In this economy?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get all the Penguins fans to turn on their radios.
Are we getting the testicles? Is it happening?
Stand by. You'll find out next. It's content coming up on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Don't forget, tomorrow we've got Nate Bargatze tickets that we're giving away, and we have to think of a way to give them away.
That's exciting.
I don't know how we're going to do this, but it's the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. Maybe we'll tie it into the movie club somehow.
Or maybe we can do something email related.
Or maybe we could do something email related.
That sounds fun too.
Or maybe we could mix it up and do something that involves the Insta poll.
I love the Insta poll, especially when it has 4 options.
But not 5. We'll be listening tomorrow. Some way, somehow, we're giving away Nate Bargatze tickets. April 25th is when he's going to be here. CHI Health Center. That's a Saturday night. Saturday night.
It's going to be sweet.
It's a Saturday night. S-A-T-U-R-D-A-Y. Night. S-A-T-A-D-A-Y. Night. Anyway, Nick.
According to friend of the program, Matt Brown, nobody spent more on volleyball than Nebraska did in 2024, and by quite a gap to second place. Is anything surprising about this?
So Nebraska spent just a little over 7. Now, this is going back to fiscal year 2025, which is the 2024 season, because that's the latest numbers that Matt got. But Nebraska spent just over $7 million. Iowa State was second in volleyball spending at around $5.7 million. So if you do the math, Nebraska spent 23% more on volleyball than the next nearest school and 32% more than the next nearest Big Ten school, which was Wisconsin.
Wow.
That's a big gap. I mean, we talk about, in basketball, the teams that, can have the $12 and $15 million rosters and those who have the $8 million rosters. I mean, this is just spending on the sport. Mm-hmm. So your coaches, your travel, players, all of it.
Well, I guess never mind. This is 2024 season, so it would not have had a rev share just yet. Wow, in a way, that's even more impressive than they're that far ahead and away. That said, I'm still not surprised that there's that big of a gap because that's what Nebraska does. They love volleyball, and they pour a lot of resources into it.
They do, but, I mean, I would dare to say there's probably not an equivalent gap in any other NCAA sport between first and second place.
Yeah, probably not.
Because if you look at the difference, I mean, Iowa State, Wisconsin, Texas, everyone's kind of tightly packed together. Mm-hmm. The Nebraska volleyball program is the LA Dodgers of college volleyball. In a way, mm-hmm. Where they're just far and away ahead of the rest of the field.
What's the phrasing of this? Because I'd love to search it real quick for football. What is this? The money spent on?
This is the money that they was spent on the program.
I'm trying to figure out what to search for.
College football budget.
College football budget. Let's see if I can find it real fast. Fiscal 2024, because I'm pretty sure Ohio State. Now, see, that's just talking about revenue. Oh wait, here we go. Operating budget from Matt Brown for 2024. All right. Well, John, I wonder if this math is similar. Bama, $113 million, number 1. Texas A&M, number 2 at $90 million. I mean, that's a similar gap, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
So maybe this is more of a. By the way, Nebraska, number 4 at that in 2024, $84 million. Now, those are public schools, right? You don't have the private stuff.
Yeah, the private schools are not in there. Either way, Nebraska, big,
love volleyball
big
here.
Money.
By the way, I can hear the rain through my headphones. It's insane.
Wow, yeah, apparently it's pretty bad out there. Holy crap!
Yeah,
Oh
that explains it.
It's a gully washer out there.
I don't have a umbrella. Thankfully, I got my raincoat, though.
You know what's cool? I washed my truck yesterday.
That is exciting, Nick. You know what else is cool?
OKC?
No, the NBA.
Go ahead.
OKC in the NBA.
Nailed it.
Once again clinched the number 1 seed through the entire NBA playoffs, the 3rd straight season they've done so. The Thunder also became only the 6th team in a 3-season streak as a top playoff seed since the NBA went to a 16-team playoff format in 1983-84, according to ESPN research. The other 5 teams, The 1984-88 Celtics, the 84-90 Lakers, the 96-98 Bulls, the 08-10 Lakers, and the 15-17 Warriors all won multiple championships in that span. Are they winning another this year, they being OKC, who I started the question with?
Thank you for clarifying.
I love, Nick, that you called them the 84-90 Lakers. That is awesome.
Yeah.
No. Put it on the list. They're going down. I'm worried it's going to be to the Celtics, but I'll hope that it's going to be to somebody else in the West. They're going down. Get the tomatoes.
But the history says for
in
teams
this time frame.
Yeah, but this is a 40+ year time frame.
No, I know, but it says in this time that. But they could do it next year. They could be the number 1 seed next year, and then they pick up their second title. That's what I'm going to say.
Maybe
get the tomatoes.
But this is fairly impressive that Oklahoma City has turned into this very quiet juggernaut, right? I mean, nobody, and part of it is where they're from, but it's also, there's not those, they don't have a LeBron, they don't have a Steph.
I mean, SGA is the MVP, and he's going to probably win it again.
Oh, I understand that, but in terms of
like superstar,
in terms of being a superstar, he's a great player,
yeah,
but he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that yet. Worldwide acclaim that the real A-list superstars do. Yet.
Because he's annoying. He's foul baiting. That whole team is annoying. Down with the Thunder. I stand with Mike Schaefer and Seattle Supersonics fans everywhere.
Nice. Meanwhile, Boston can clinch a 2 seed in the East tonight with a win, even though they're without Jason Tatum for much of the year. How impressive has this year been?
It's not really that impressive because we Celtics were always
we
great.
Call Joey for this.
We
would
don't
actually know.
We don't worry.
I know because I know ball.
We don't sweat things. You know, the people that aren't ball knowers who are all caught up in their feels last year. Oh, they're going to be awful. Jason Tatum's going to be out forever, and they're going to play, and Boston's going to drop off the face of the earth. You don't know ball like we do in Boston. That's why we have 18 banners, and you don't. This is not surprising in the least.
It's incredibly impressive. This is wild that they were without their best player for more than half the season, and they're a legit championship contender.
How much of this?
Tough look for Jason Tatum.
It's math. They shoot a bunch of threes.
Well, but how much of this, too, is the strength of the East or lack thereof?
Definitely playing a part. Like, this would have been fairly impossible in the West. You know, they'd be good now, but they wouldn't have had enough wins to have home court advantage like they're going to throughout much of the playoff. That's definitely playing a part. I'm hoping that they come apart at the seams in the playoffs, that it's like, whose ball is it? Is it Jason Tatum's ball or Jaylen Brown? And they fight like it's Kobe and Shaq.
They don't, because Red Auerbach, the spirit of Red Auerbach.
He's dead.
That's why I said the spirit.
The cops were behind him with that goofy thing, and he crashed into a house. R.I.P. Red.
Now, Brawley Ball's exhibition season is underway this week, but Danny Busboom Kelly is looking ahead to a date at Wrigley Field.
I think it'll be really unique and really fun and big deal to play in one of the most historic and well-known sports venue in the world, potentially. I'm a little skeptical of the weather, so we will see how that turns out. Chicago in September.
Have John and McMaster spooked DBK about the Lake Michigan wind?
I hope not. I hope that she's not listening to John and Matt at all. It's a terrible idea to do so.
Longtime Cub fans who know how the winds blow at Wrigley Field?
All you got to do is go to theweather.com and you're going to see what's going on with the weather, John. You're not that impressive.
You trust big weather to tell you what the weather's going to be?
Better than John and Matt.
Trust me, who's been watching Cubs games for over 40 years. The wind blows.
I watch TV sometimes too, John. You don't see me being an expert on everything, though. Nah, it'll be just fine. No wind. I guarantee it.
It's going to be cool when one of those serves ends up in a basket in center field.
Put that on the list.
No, I will not put it because it was a joke, Nick. It's called a joke.
You guaranteed it, though.
I guarantee a joke.
You did a grumball.
I do wonder what their contingency is if they have weather or they can't play. Because
I would love to know as well.
So, I've seen somebody bring up this point before, and I haven't gotten out of my head. Beach volleyball seems to be fine outside with wind.
But it's a more confined area.
Baseball or volleyball is a little bigger.
It's kind of like the arena football of volleyball, but it's not an arena. It's actually outside.
What a great comparison.
I actually didn't know that. I thought it was the same.
Yeah, the sand pit is a smaller pit than a regulation volleyball.
Thankfully, there's not a Lorax or whatever that thing was called.
He speaks for the trees.
What's the thing in
Sarlacc.
Is the net lower in beach?
Probably, right? Because you can't jump as high.
Can't jump as high.
Yeah.
I would assume it is.
Yeah, I assume it's shorter. Nick, get on that.
The Mariners are 4-9. The Cubs are in last place. The Phillies just got shut out 2 days in a row by a team managed by a college guy.
Oh no, did the Giants win?
Twice.
Yikes.
And my Rockies have won 4 in a row for the first time since the Bush administration, maybe? And they are 6-6. By the way, that's the first time they've been a 500 since April of 2023.
Holy crap.
Is baseball broken or fixed?
Is this the longest win streak since Rocktober, since that team?
I have no idea. It feels like it.
Since the Bush. So that was a joke.
That was a joke. But the 500 thing, that's real.
Yeah, what's going on with my Mariners?
Well, Cal Raleigh's not hitting very well right now. They struggle.
Stupid World Baseball Classic. It's ruined baseball.
There are a number of guys who played in that event who are all hitting below 200 right now.
I hate that stupid
Thank you
event.
for leveling the playing field, the world.
This is the dumbest crap, man. I want to cancel it. You know what? I decree it. Canceled. World Baseball Classic, done.
Enjoy baseball while you have it this season.
Decreed.
That's true. We're not going to have
enjoy
it
it
next year. We're not going to have to worry about the World Baseball
I've watched
Classic.
it. It's been on our televisions. Go Royals.
The Texans have picked up both the fifth-year options for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Is there a chance they decide not to extend Stroud to a second contract?
It would be an all-time stunner to not extend a guy that you took first overall who has performed to this level. Like, we have seen teams get off of contracts before, right? Like Ryan Leaf, I don't recall, but I'm pretty sure he didn't sign a second contract with the Chargers back in the day. But this would be unique because C.J. Stroud has been in the league for 3 years. He has made the playoffs all 3 years. He has made the divisional round all 3 years. So he has won playoff games in every single postseason he has played in. And yet, he has been unable to break through. His postseason this year was a disaster in both games, not even in just the loss. It was bad against the Steelers. And I think he has regressed as a quarterback. His rookie year was way better than his second and third years in terms of just raw numbers, and I think eye test as well. I do think that they will sign him because it's scary to go into a world without him, and they'll probably be too good to be in the top 5 or 10. That said, if he gets injured this year and they kind of fall apart, all bets are off. And that's when I think that they could decide to move on from him.
I'm not so sure they're going to sign him again. Honestly, it depends on where they end up in the draft and what the quarterback class is like. But I don't think C.J. Stroud is your quarterback of the future.
Wow. That'd be crazy if they did that.
He is. Last year was a real eye-opener, and it's just been a steady progression downhill, and I don't know what's going to fix it. I don't think he signs a second contract with them.
Speaking of quarterbacks,
Troy
Aikman is a consultant with the Miami Dolphins. He recently said this on a podcast.
My favorite Cowboys podcast, by the way.
I think the Dolphins were wise in understanding my relationships around the league and knowing that I have information that they don't have or can't get. And I think they were smart in taking advantage of that, whether it was through me or through somebody else. Does the league need to crack down on teams bringing on national broadcasters to inside positions?
Yes. It's not good for the broadcast because you know that the other teams know stuff. And so they're not going to be as willing to share with Troy Aikman, or in the case of the Raiders, Tom Brady. How the NFL has allowed this to go on is amazing to me.
That's the thing, right?
Especially with this, it's a consulting role. I get that it's a little more sketchy when you're talking about ownership. Because let's face it, the NFL is run by the owners. But to allow this to continue to happen with the possibility that someone could get inside information and then go back and share it with the team that they're working with, also from a journalistic standpoint, it's a conflict of interest.
It's quite wild. To answer your question, it's obviously yes, but the cat is out of the bag. The genie is out of the bottle. The toothpaste is out of the tube.
You can't put it back in.
You can't put any of that back in.
How did the genie get in the bottle
The
in the first
baby was
place?
born. You can't put the baby back in.
Well, yes, you can. You
can put a baby back in?
No, you can stop this from happening. You can say, hey, if you're going to be on a national television broadcast, you cannot have, and it doesn't even have to be the NFL. Fox could put their foot down.
Yeah.
ESPN could put their foot down. CBS could put their foot down and say, no, we can't have this happen. It really falls on the networks, and it shouldn't have to come back to the league to do this.
Mm-hmm.
But, and again, I think it can hurt the broadcast.
It definitely can. For the record,
if you're a New York Jet, if you're a Jets coach and you're talking to Troy and Joe before an ESPN broadcast, you're not going to share the same kind of stuff you would normally share with other broadcasters, knowing that Troy Aikman could take that back to a division rival.
For the record, I definitely agree with you. I just don't think that there's any chance in hell that they stop this, because Tom Brady he has called a Super Bowl. Troy Aikman is about to call a Super Bowl. They don't care. Like, they're lucky that these two franchises stink. What's going to happen if the Raiders ever get good? What happens if the Dolphins get good and these guys are in these positions? And with Brady, he's a minority owner. It's different than even Troy kind of helping out the Dolphins with stuff.
Finally, Alex Ovechkin says he's willing to wait one more time.
Okay.
Alex Ovechkin says he's waiting until after the Washington Capitals season is over to decide whether he's calling it a career or returning to play one more year. Should the 40-year-old man come back to play hockey for one more year?
Why not? He's still performing well. Now, the only thing I have to back this up is looking at his stats. I haven't watched him skate. Does he skate like an old man? Is his hip hurting? Does he need a cane on the ice? I have no idea. Thankfully, a hockey stick is similar to a cane. I think he should play.
True.
He has not missed a game this year.
That's brazy.
I'm pretty sure he has not missed a game this year.
He's fine, Nick.
Goals, less than last year, but the same as he had 2 years ago when he played 79 games.
10 more than nice.
The thing is, though, the Caps aren't anywhere close to, they're not in the playoffs. Maybe he does want to run it back for one more
year.
I would say if his numbers were dropping off dramatically, then yes. But
what Africa says, Jaromir Jagr played until he was 60.
He wasn't 60.
How old was he when he retired?
That was actually Gordie Howe.
Gordie Howe did. Yeah, that guy.
Gordie Howe literally played until he was 60.
Guy was old.
And played without a helmet and face gear.
Let's see. Jaromir Jagr is still playing.
What?
He's 54. When I'm 54, who does he play for now? He plays for, I'm not going to try to say this name. It's in Czechoslovakia, though.
Czechoslovakia?
Ragnar Kladno. That's crazy. Dude, retire.
Hey, they're still paying him.
There's a war happening right next door, and he's just playing hockey through it.
That's wild. That's crazy. All right, good for him. Good for you, Jaromir.
Indeed, good for you.
Oh, Kenneth says Ovechkin can't skate. He sits in his left circle office. I don't know what that means.
But he's played 79 games.
I mean, I know hockey, though.
What's the left circle in hockey?
Well, that would be
But he said left circle office. Oh, is he calling?
I think he's calling the circle the
I
office.
see.
Yes.
Okay, so he just stands there. Shouldn't have been standing there. Okay.
basically waits for the puck to come his way so he can put a shot on goal. He scored 31 goals this year.
It's a good offense.
That was my Doc Emmerich impression.
It's the same amount as he had 2 years ago.
I miss Doc Emmerich. That guy was fun.
What's for dinner?
Oh, I can't wait to find out.
Looks like the rain's letting up, too.
Apparently, there's more coming.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, great.
All right.
1620 The Zone Radio Network.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was ballpark food. I don't know what's for dinner tonight.
What did you go with last night? The tendies?
Yeah,
Because you get the fries.
tendies and
It's a basket.
fries. I mean, I could have gotten
Burger.
a hot dog and fries too.
Beer and a
if I
dog.
wanted to.
Beer and a dog. Make it
I
2.
thought about it.
Beer and a dog.
But I'm sure that'll happen at some point this week because, we'll have baseball this weekend starting tomorrow at 6:00
On ESPN Plus.
on ESPN Plus.
Tonight, chicken and wild rice soup.
Nice.
That's what's for dinner.
I thought you were out on soup.
John, that's the old me.
Oh.
I'm a changed man. See, some of us can evolve our thoughts and feelings on things.
Evolve.
You
Is
could
that what they
look,
call it?
look at the mirror sometime, John. Maybe you could learn a thing or two about me. Say, can I get as good as Josh? The answer is you can't, but maybe you could try.
Well, no, I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
All right.
Stuffed peppers.
Oh,
What are
that's
you stuffing them with?
It's a great question.
It's usually
Is that a threat?
rice and meat
Yeah,
and stuff
yeah.
like that.
I'm sure it's probably chicken and rice or something. I don't know.
I love stuffed peppers.
Have you
do
watched
too.
our movie yet?
Tonight.
Watching it
I'm gonna
tonight.
be
Have
watching
you
it
watched
on
our movie?
Blu-ray that our listener
I'm watching it tonight.
gifted to me, but letting me
All right.
borrow.
I watched it last night.
It's The Fifth Element on Netflix.
2
One
hours.
more Masters update before we
Oh.
go.
Whoa, another one?
Okay.
Let's cue the birds. The pretty birds. Oh, look at the pretty birds. Look at the fangs on that one. I didn't know birds had fangs. There's only about a dozen golfers left on the course. Barring something amazing happening to old Scott Scheffler over the last 2 holes, it's going to be Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy as your co-leaders after round 1 at 5 under. You've got 3 golfers currently at 3 under par, including Jason Day and Patrick Reed and some guy named Kurt Kitayama. Is that right? Kitayama?
Kurt Kuriyama.
Never heard of him. You got Shane.
Lowry salt?
I love my Lowry seasoning salt. You know what? That's what ESPN should do. Bring back Berman. Put Berman on the Masters. That's what I want.
I think he lives in Hawaii now.
Xander, what would Shoffley? Probably something about souffle. I don't know.
Xander.
Justin, every rose has its thorn at 2 under.
Nice.
A Chinese golfer named Hao Tong Li, I believe is how you say it, is among those at 1 under par. There are 18 golfers under par currently.
Nice.
After day 1 of the Masters, not counting the golfers that are still on the course.
Also,
like Scott Scheffler.
We just learned that Nebraska has picked up a commitment of a player we talked about with Robin earlier. Sam Orm from Belmont has announced on John's favorite social media app, Instagram, that he is joining the Big Red. That's the power of red. Orm averaged, where is the number? 39.7% from 3. Averaged 12.7 points per game last year, 5 boards, almost 2 assists.
If you would like Robin's breakdown of what he could do for Nebraska, check it out in our radio replay section because
Please
we
do.
talked to him earlier today and you can get the latest scoop there.
Yep. Great conversation with Robin.
Oh, man. Gotterup is only even. Well, I guess that's not bad. Even.
Also, Robin literally had just posted Tunnel Talk, which had information on potentially landing Orm, and then he committed. So, he did all that work, all that reporting, all that typing, and then it changes very quickly. Good job, Robin. We appreciate you. Thanks for joining the show.
Tomorrow we'll be back at the ballpark.
Baseball.
Do we have to?
I have to.
He doesn't appreciate it. Let me go out there. Let John.
There's nothing you can do there, Nick.
I can talk. I can
You
go
can
ball.
talk. You need to do the stuff here.
No, you do the stuff here.
No. I'll be there. I can't wait.
I will
can't
be
wait.
there with bells on. Josh will be there against his will.
No, I'll be there. I can't wait. It's going to be such a fun time.
It's movie club. Jack will
Mitchell.
join us.